Chapter 4023. The Power of a Single Kick. You want to fight me? The Grim Reaper laughed contemptuously. With a twitch of his brows, the power of divinity in his ferocious aura stabbed toward Lin Ling like a sword. However, the power of divinity formed by the ferocious aura rushed into Lin Ling's body without any effect. Instead, it disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. This stunned the Grim Reaper. A very good ferocious aura. It tastes very good. When he looked at Lin Ling, he saw that Lin Ling was still using his palms to block the claw of divinity, but he also raised his head and smiled. It tastes very good? The Grim Reaper was even more stunned. Could it be that the Ghost Emperor had eaten his ferocious aura? He did not know that Lin Ling's realm-devouring beast loved to devour ferocious aura the most. While he was still in shock, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Because he was about to be swept to the ground by the claw, a large number of evil spirit jellyfish suddenly swam out from behind him. They were mixed with wisps of the flame of the human monarch, and they madly bit the giant claw in the sky. Among the evil spirit jellyfish, the 18 true inheritance dark swords also appeared and slashed out continuously. After they were burned by the slashes, they completely turned into a huge immortal sword and slashed fiercely at the sky. This immortal sword also carried a power of divinity. In this way, Lin Ling had also released 6 powers of divinity at once. Therefore, the claw that was originally sweeping toward the ground was now constantly being blasted upward by Lin Ling. As for the Grim Reaper, his pupils trembled fiercely. 3 powers of divinity? This guy. Rumble. While he was still in shock, his claw that was like the Grim Reaper's claw was actually forcefully smashed into the sky by Lin Ling, revealing a huge flaw. Immediately, a large number of tentacles appeared behind Lin Ling and swept him toward the Grim Reaper. When he appeared in front of the Grim Reaper, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked out fiercely. Looking carefully, on the surface of the sole of the foot, a turbulent golden flame spread out, constantly swallowing and spitting, with an unparalleled majesty. Lord Flame. Clearly, Lin Ling had unleashed his self-created divine ability on his right leg. His Lord's flame was extremely ferocious and carried 2 strands of divine power within it. This was why the power of the kick was so terrifying. Good timing. The Grim Reaper coldly snorted and crossed his hands. The Grim Reaper's claw released a dazzling light and formed a claw net in front of him. Boom. Lin Ling's kick landed right on the claw net, but what made the Reaper terrified was that his claw net actually started burning. It was a terrifying golden flame. What happened? The Grim Reaper's body trembled. After all, he was an acquired divine fetus. Could it be that this guy's talent was higher than his? Just as he was in shock, a foot suddenly appeared above his head, causing him to put away his shock and raise his head to look. He saw the mysterious Ghost Emperor with his hands behind his back, but his feet were raised high up in the air, and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. Go down and eat shit. The voice drifted over, and then the foot was like a battle axe, majestically chopping down. Crackle. This foot cut off the Grim Reaper's endless death aura. Encountering the human monarch's flame, his death aura seemed to have met its natural enemy. Under countless gazes, the Grim Reaper crossed his hands above his head, but he couldn't block the power of the foot. In the end, his legs were blasted away by the powerful force, and the foot finally smashed onto his cheek. Everyone could clearly see that the Grim Reaper's face was smashed until it was distorted. Boom. Then, the Grim Reaper shot into the ground like a cannonball. The entire ground shook, and dust flew everywhere. Wow! Everyone opened their mouths wide. The scene just now was too flashy for them. Then, they looked at Brother Ghost who was floating in the void, and their faces twitched. What was the background of this Ghost Emperor? Why did he defeat 2 experts immediately after appearing? My Brother Ghost in the void is ruthless and doesn't talk much. I'm convinced. He's really ruthless. Did you see that? That guy stomped the Grim Reaper down with his foot, and he still has his hands behind his back. Looks like he's probably a senior who has cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Then, the streets and alleys were filled with discussions. As for the 4 experts who were running away, they all stopped flying at this moment. When they looked back, The corners of their eyes twitched crazily. The Grim Reaper was actually defeated. That guy called Brother Ghost was probably an ambitious and ruthless person. There was no doubt that the nearby area was shocked by Lin Ling's domineering attitude. Many people were secretly mocking him. That Grim Reaper wanted to spare Brother Ghost, but now it looked like that was a joke. He was just looking for an excuse to escape. Brother Ghost, Void is ruthless and doesn't talk much. While everyone was shocked, the voices of Brother Woody and the others were also roaring. In the sky, Lin Ling shook his head. This collision had allowed him to have a deeper understanding of his own strength. Of course, he was not surprised that he had defeated the Grim Reaper because he estimated that he could have defeated Brother Ghost 10 years ago with his full strength. Now, he obviously had not used his full strength because the Dragon God armor had not been unlocked, and his talent had not been fused. He was just experimenting with some new methods in the past 10 years. When they returned to the restaurant again, Lin Ling and the others waited quietly. In the restaurant, the others also came back one after another, but they were obviously much more low-key now. Some of the more timid ones even cupped their hands and bowed to Lin Ling. Junior greets senior. They obviously regarded Lin Ling as an old monster who had cultivated for thousands of years. Get lost. However, Lin Ling obviously did not give them any face. Get lost immediately, get lost immediately. Unfortunately, in this vast void, strength represented everything. Therefore, even if Lin Ling was indifferent and domineering, those people did not dare to be dissatisfied. Instead, they admired him even more. Because this was the dignity that a ghost emperor should have. On the street, the Grim Reaper finally woke up after being unconscious for 2 hours. He first shook his head in confusion, but when he thought of the scene that had happened before, his expression changed drastically. He did not dare to stay and left with his tail between his legs. In the distant sky, the 4 experts were still waiting for the Grim Reaper. When they saw the Grim Reaper arrive, they immediately stared at the Grim Reaper's face because his face was swollen like a pig's head. This made them shake their heads helplessly. That ghost emperor probably has a strong background. His strength is really terrifying. Next, they also began to discuss spiritedly. Did you find out his name? I heard that he's called the Dark Human Emperor. It's quite a strange name because he's full of ghost energy, so it's normal for his name to be dark. However, the word human is puzzling. Most people call him Brother Ghost. After the Grim Reaper arrived, he obviously joined the conversation of the few people. Although he was defeated and was very unhappy, he did not seem to dare to be dissatisfied because he reckoned that Brother Ghost's background was not small. Moreover, he should be an old monster who had cultivated for thousands of years. Therefore, although he lost, it was not unjust. Chapter 40-24. The Taoist of many treasures had appeared. At this moment, Lin Ling was drinking wine in a restaurant. However, his powerful soul force was quietly spreading out, investigating everything in Mountain River City. Currently, there weren't many auras in Mountain River City that could make him feel apprehensive. There were only 2 auras, and one of them was someone Lin Ling had seen before. It was actually the Yuan Venerate martial god that he had met at the Kaiyuan River. The other person was a lady. This lady's aura was very strange. Although she didn't seem very strong, upon closer inspection, this lady couldn't be underestimated at all. The lady had even sensed that Lin Ling was spying on her and reacted even faster than the Yuan Venerate martial god. Without a doubt, Lin Ling was very curious about this lady. Although she wasn't one of the 10 great martial gods of Jiuzhou, her level of mystery wasn't much weaker than the 10 great martial gods. As for the Yuan Venerate martial god, Lin Ling could only sneer at him. Back at the Kaiyuan River, if it hadn't been for the sudden appearance of the Kurishin's divine voice, that Yuan Venerate martial god would have been at a disadvantage. Today, although Lin Ling wasn't a match for the Yuan Venerate martial god, he had the divine inheritance treasure as a life-saving trump card, so he wasn't afraid of the other party. The strength of those girls has improved very quickly. Ignoring these 2 powerhouses, Lin Ling turned his attention to Yu Yu and the others. He soon discovered that their strength wasn't much weaker than the death gods. And Yuer in particular was actually a little stronger than the death god. However, this was normal. And Yuer had an innate divine body, so this was how it should be. Lin Ling, who was paying attention to their battle, didn't plan on interfering for the time being. After all, he wasn't sure if the people of Luli Empress would follow Yu and the others. Therefore, if Lin Ling appeared, it would be detrimental to Yu and the others. The current Lin Ling clearly wasn't strong enough to go head-to-head with Luli Empress. Just like that, they quietly drank their wine. Suddenly, the entire city began to tremble. All the battles instantly stopped. Moreover, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. A piece of news was gradually spreading like a rolling snowball. Taoist myriad treasures had appeared. In Lin Ling's restaurant, everyone stood up and looked into the distance with burning gazes. Taoist myriad treasures has appeared in the center of Mountain River City. Let's go quickly. If we miss this opportunity, then Taoist master of many treasures will disappear again. If I can buy a good treasure, my strength will increase greatly on this trip. Following that, the people in the restaurant also left one after another. Brother Ghost Brother. Beside Lin Ling, Brother Invincible and the others also looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and shook his head with a smile. He was very curious about Taoist myriad treasures, so he didn't immediately move forward. Instead, he quietly spread out his soul force and searched the entire Mountain River City. Finally, in a corner of the city, he immediately noticed a dirty old man. This old man wore tattered clothes and held a jug of wine in his hand. He was singing a song as he walked down the street. Behind him was a flag. The flag was somewhat tattered, but the words Taoist myriad treasures could be vaguely seen. On the surface, the old man's strength was only at the martial ancestor realm. This is Taoist myriad treasures? Lin Ling was surprised. Then, using the human king's flame, Lin Ling carved out Taoist myriad treasures' appearance. The giant ghost stared at Taoist myriad treasures and said fiercely, "This guy looks very familiar. I'm sure I've seen him before. But this little skeleton can talk." Of course, the giant ghost's sudden words gave Brother Wudi and the others a fright. They had always thought that the little skeleton floating beside Lin Ling was just an ornament. "You guys get lost. Don't be so talkative, or I'll eat you." The giant ghost was clearly unhappy with Brother Wudi and the others' words. It angrily glared at Brother Wudi and the others, giving them another fright. That said, this little skeleton seemed very fierce. Lin Ling smiled. He was even more certain that Taoist myriad treasures wasn't simple. Moreover, he sensed that although Taoist myriad treasures seemed to be casually strolling around, his eyes secretly flashed. He seemed to have noticed that Lin Ling was spying on him. Lin Ling withdrew his soul power and said with a smile, "Let's go." He was now certain that this so-called Taoist myriad treasures had nothing to do with Luli Empress. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't have anything to fear. "Let's go." With Lin Ling's words, everyone followed Lin Ling and left the restaurant. At this moment, on the street, Taoist myriad treasures was drinking wine as he walked, but his eyes were constantly flickering. There are 3 experts in Mountain River City. One seems to be one of the 10 great martial gods. One is a true disciple of God Miao and has a large number of divine artifacts, and one seems to have the lowest realm, but his methods are very mysterious. Interesting. I hope they are the people I'm looking for. After muttering to himself, Taoist myriad treasures gradually disappeared. At this moment, countless experts were running towards the city, as if they were afraid of missing something. Gradually, the huge ruined square in the city was packed with people. There were experts from all walks of life, experts from academies, famous old monsters, dukes of the final world, and other experts. Some of them were sitting, some were standing, and all of them were eyeing each other covetously. A fiery atmosphere pervaded the ruined square, and as they waited quietly, cries of shock could be heard from time to time. Clearly, when a certain expert with a good reputation appeared, the square was in an uproar. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Not long after, another expert arrived. This time, a sedan chair appeared. It was a beautiful sedan chair, and the women in front of the sedan chair were all devastatingly beautiful. This also caused people to secretly lick their lips, and a few bolder ones even walked forward with a smile. However, before those people could even start to flirt, their arms were cut off. It was an invisible cut. Blood spurted out, and miserable shrieks rang out. This also let many people know that the owner of the sedan chair was definitely not simple. Are you courting death? That's a true disciple of God Miao. An old man finally spoke solemnly, and his words shocked everyone. God Miao's true disciple was the gathering place of the final world's boundary masters, and it was also the only sect in the final world. However, no one dared to underestimate its prestige. Even the 10 great martial gods of 9 provinces didn't dare to meet force with force. It wasn't that the boundary masters were very powerful, but that boundary masters were all treasures, and they could summon many experts. However, people were also very curious. Boundary masters were clearly like treasure troves, so why would they trade with Taoist myriad treasures? After them, another expert arrived. It was one of the 10 great martial gods of 9 provinces, a Yuan venerate martial god. Just like in the past, he walked forward alone. However, the moment he appeared, the square became even more silent. The appearance of the 10 great martial gods of 9 provinces meant that there was some kind of precious treasure, and the first one would belong to the Yuan venerate martial god. Chapter 4025. Brother Ghost had arrived. Scram! Brother Ghost is here. Scram! While everyone was waiting impatiently for spiritual master Duobao, a domineering voice was heard all of a sudden. Then, more than a dozen figures swaggered into the ruins on the plaza. The young man in the lead was dressed in black robes and looked as stern as a sword. The ghostly aura on his body was also extremely dense. This also attracted a lot of attention. Even the Yuan venerate martial god took a second look. However, he narrowed his eyes again and didn't pay much attention to them. However, the other party's swaggering arrival made many people's eyes turn cold. After all, they had never heard of this Brother Ghost. What Brother Ghost? Where is he from? Scram! Someone walked out, holding a giant hammer that was taller than a person. As he walked, the entire plaza shook. I'm not from anyone. My Brother Ghost is alone. But are you not convinced? Scram! A person immediately jumped out from beside the stern man and retorted arrogantly. And he was none other than Brother Invincible. This also made the eyes of some people who knew Brother Woody twitch. When had this fellow become so bold? However, the powerhouses who had been at the restaurant earlier were silent at this moment, because they knew that the strength of this Brother Ghost fellow wasn't simple either. Does this mean that you don't have a backer? Scram! The man with the giant hammer clearly didn't know this. Now that he heard that the other party didn't have a backer, he immediately narrowed his eyes. Scram! Scram! He held the giant hammer in his hand and smashed it viciously. This giant hammer was clearly an innate artifact that had reached the 2nd grade. He obviously didn't hold back and smashed his opponent to death with this move. Clang! However, it didn't take long for a tall bodyguard to appear. He stretched out a single hand and easily blocked the huge hammer. Moreover, a strand of golden flames emanated from his palm and incinerated the huge hammer. The huge hammer was actually incinerated into water, and it continuously dripped to the ground. Silence! The plaza instantly fell silent. No one had expected that the tall bodyguard would be so powerful. Bang! However, while they were still in shock, the bodyguard's right hand quickly reached out and actually broke through the man's defensive boundary energy before piercing through his chest. Blood immediately gushed out. As for the man, he lowered his head in disbelief and his eyes narrowed, because he was actually unable to block the attack of the expert before him. Moreover, he didn't feel any intense pain, and he didn't even feel anything. At a closer look, the man's chest was being burned by golden flames, and the wound was constantly expanding. Almost at the same time, the bodyguard pulled out a bloody heart with his right hand. Then, under countless shocked gazes, the bodyguard ate it just like that. This. Everyone's pupils constricted. People? They had seen people being refined as cauldrons, and they had also seen people being used to cultivate. However, this was clearly the first time they had seen people being eaten. The most terrifying thing was that the man was still alive. He watched as the monster in front of him ate his heart. Then, his eyes rolled back and he finally fell on his back. From the looks of it, he was mostly scared to death. "You're courting death." At this moment, the expert behind the dead man roared angrily. This was because the bodyguard had killed his man in front of him. This was also a disgrace to him. Hearing his voice, the platinum evil spirit finally raised its head and revealed a skull. Moreover, it was a golden skull. With just a glance, the roaring man's heart trembled violently. He didn't dare to speak again. How terrifying! This expert is probably invincible among the early-stage martial gods. I wonder what kind of flame that is. It's actually so powerful. Could it be the underworld's ghost flame? This seems to be a bodyguard. The bodyguard is already so powerful. I'm afraid the master is even more ferocious. Could it be that these fellows escaped from the underworld? Everyone's expression turned solemn. After the overbearing actions from before, everyone knew that the Ghost Emperor was not to be trifled with. However, what shocked everyone was that the cold Ghost Emperor seemed to be completely unaware of what had just happened. He had already led everyone to the side of the ruins plaza and sat down. "Get out of the way, get out of the way. Don't you see Brother Ghost is here?" Moreover, Brother Ghost's followers, Brother Wudi, and the others were very arrogant. They kept chasing away the people around them. "Seniors, please take a seat." There were ancient stone chairs around the ruins. The people sitting on the stone chairs all spoke respectfully and then left with their tails between their legs. This was because Lin Ling's aura was too mysterious. They didn't know the depth of it. Coupled with the brutality of the golden skull, it would be strange if they weren't afraid. Even some of the strongest experts narrowed their eyes at this moment. Although they weren't afraid of Lin Ling, it was obvious that they didn't want to offend Lin Ling for no reason. Obviously, in the ruins plaza, this circle of people, Lin Ling had undoubtedly gained a firm foothold. No one dared to underestimate him. "You, what's wrong?" On the other side, a few beautiful women were looking at the cold man. And Yuer suddenly frowned because she realized that you seemed to be very curious about that man. "It seems to be Brother Ling." Yu suddenly whispered. Her words made Yuer and the others' expressions change slightly. They quickly looked up and down at the cold man. That bodyguard does look like a platinum evil spirit. However, that bodyguard is in the form of a golden skull. Moreover, although that man also has a small skull, it's obviously not that fierce giant ghost. Moreover, I can't sense Lin Ling's aura from him. And Yuer and the others secretly checked and then said, "What, the leader is back." There were a few experts behind them. They were the Chen siblings, Canon God, and the others. At this moment, when they heard Yuer and the others' words, their expressions changed instantly. However, upon closer inspection, they couldn't sense Lin Ling's aura at all. On the contrary, the cold man seemed to have sensed their spying. He slowly looked over. That gaze was mixed with coldness. Chen Ting and the others' hearts trembled subconsciously. What a cold gaze. Then, they didn't dare to look at it again. Maybe it's an illusion. Yu's eyes flickered for a moment before she warned, "Everyone be careful. I'm afraid that there are quite a few of Glazed Empress's people here. They must be secretly following us, trying to find Brother Ling's whereabouts from us." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Along with the passage of time, an old man finally walked over slowly from afar. He seemed to be drunk, and he swayed as he walked, and there was a tattered flag behind him that read, "Taoist Myriad Treasures." At this moment, everyone stood up with burning gazes. The pupils of some warriors who saw Taoist Master of Myriad Treasures for the first time constricted. That dispirited and dirty old man is Taoist Master of Myriad Treasures? If they didn't see the flag behind him, they would definitely think that he was a beggar. At the same time, Lin Ling and the giant ghost exchanged glances. They understood each other. Chapter 4026. There were 3 of them. The giant ghost nodded at Lin Ling, implying that it was certain that Taoist Master Duobao was a deity from the era of deities. "Senior Taoist Master Duobao, we have been waiting for a long time." Someone finally spoke up with a smile when the old man reached the center of the ruins. The others also greeted him politely when they saw this. Although Taoist Master Duobao was only a martial ancestor, they obviously needed his help now, so they naturally didn't dare be too negligent. Wait, what are you waiting for? However, Taoist Master Duobao didn't seem to give them any face and spoke disdainfully. After he finished speaking, he started drinking again, his nose turning bright red. That old ghost! Many people immediately cursed, but they restrained themselves because they realized that the top powerhouses didn't say anything. They just stared coldly at Taoist Master Duobao. I really want to sleep. At that moment, Taoist Master Duobao suddenly dozed off. Don't sleep, senior. We came here because of your reputation. What should we do if you sleep? Don't you dare. Do you believe that I won't kill you? Don't offend him. He's the owner now. If you offend him, you might not be able to buy anything. Many people were flustered, but they didn't dare offend Taoist Master Duobao. However, Taoist Master Duobao had already fallen asleep. Furthermore, he had fallen asleep while standing. This made everyone angry and speechless. Even Lin Ling shook his head and chuckled. This old man really had a personality. It's not impossible if you want me to sell things. As long as the three of you agree, I will start selling things. Taoist Master Duobao suddenly spoke again. However, his eyes were still closed, as if he was talking in his sleep. However, the crowd obviously didn't care so much and hurriedly asked, Senior, who are the three people? You just need to tell us and we will definitely make them agree. At the end of his sentence, some people revealed even more ferocious looks, as if they would definitely attack the three people mentioned by Taoist Master Duobao if they dared not agree. The first is that middle-aged man. If he asks me, I will start selling things. Taoist Master Duobao narrowed his eyes and suddenly pointed. He was referring to Yuan Venerates and martial gods. The Yuan Venerate martial god stood alone in the distance with his arms crossed and his eyes half closed. He finally opened his eyes when he sensed Spiritual Master Duobao pointing at him. His eyes were cold. Everyone shuddered. How could they dare threaten a Yuan Venerate martial god? For a time, the ruined square became incomparably silent. Taoist Master of Many Treasures, open the store. However, at that moment, the Yuan Venerate martial god spoke up as well. Although the Yuan Venerate martial god was ridiculously powerful, he still wanted to purchase the treasures. Beg me. However, Taoist Master of Many Treasures was still half asleep, but he still spoke calmly. You. The Yuan Venerate martial god narrowed his eyes. He was one of the 10 great martial gods of the 9 continents, yet he was actually asking this rotten old man for help? This obviously made him unable to swallow his pride. However, he then glared fiercely at the other genius on the other side, and his eyes turned icy cold. Previously, he had asked Miao Shen's true inheritance to help him forge an island, but the other party had charged too high a price, so the two parties had ended up without a conclusion. Now, he no longer asked for Miao Shen's true inheritance. He planned to forge an island himself and buy some rare items from Taoist Master of Many Treasures. Taoist Master of Many Treasures, please open the store. The Yuan Venerate martial god finally put down his pride and pleaded. He clearly knew that although Taoist Master of Many Treasures didn't seem strong, he had many strange methods. Perhaps the person who had appeared here wasn't his true body. Thus, he didn't make a move forcefully. After all, if he angered Taoist Master of Many Treasures, this transaction would be over. Alright, then the second one. Taoist Master of Many Treasures nodded and suddenly pointed into the distance. He was pointing at the mysterious genius. Miao Shen's true inheritance? Everyone was shocked. Then they all reacted. It turned out that Taoist Master of Many Treasures had asked the 3 strongest people present to open the store. Taoist Master of Many Treasures, please open the store. A voice was also heard from the side of the mysterious genius. It was a woman, not the master of the genius. It's her. Lin Ling naturally also looked at the woman who had spoken. The corners of his mouth immediately curled into a sneer. That was Princess Tin. It was no wonder that Princess Tin didn't have much strength, but there were still many people who respected her in the final realm. It turned out that the person behind her had quite a big background. The person over there doesn't seem to be pleading with me. Letting a dog speak doesn't count. However, Taoist master of many treasures clearly didn't give Princess Tian any face. He still looked drowsy. A dog. Princess Tian immediately clenched her teeth. That dirty old man actually didn't give her any face. Previously, she had thought that she could speak on behalf of Miao Shen's true inheritance and was incomparably glorious. However, all this was just her extravagant hope. He didn't take her seriously at all. He just treated her like a dog. Dirty old man, shut up. Don't you know how lowly you are by calling me a dog? Princess Tian also shouted. However, Taoist master of many treasures clearly didn't care. He was still half asleep. On the contrary, everyone was displeased. Who is this bitch? Does she have to deliberately cause trouble? She seems to be the famous Princess Tian. So what if she's Princess Tian? She didn't even ask to speak. What nonsense is she spouting? Serves her right to be called a dog. Slut. Many people mocked and ridiculed her. In the past, they would still give face to Princess Tian. However, it was obvious that the treasure was more important now. Slut? Princess Tian's face darkened when she heard these curses. She stomped her feet and was about to curse back. Princess Tian, you should shut up. You aren't qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as me. However, this time, a Yuan venerate martial god spoke in a cold voice. This is infuriating. Princess Tian clearly didn't dare flare up. Meanwhile, the prodigy behind her finally spoke up. Senior Taoist master of many treasures, please open the shop. This time, it was clearly the owner of the prodigy. What surprised everyone was that the owner of the prodigy was actually a woman. Furthermore, her voice sounded very pleasant. The owner of the prodigy had to be very beautiful. All right, you are the second one to agree. Now, there is only the third one left. Taoist master of many treasures finally opened his eyes. His gaze swept across the vast plaza of the ruins before landing on a young man. The young man was delighted for a moment before he said proudly, I never thought that I would be the third one. Senior Taoist master of many treasures, please open the shop. All right. At the moment, he was clearly very excited and even felt proud. After all, this shop needed 3 people to open, and he was one of them. The other 2 were like the titans of the final realm. This meant that he was on equal footing with these titans. Chapter 4027. Treasures for sale. Who is he? The first bloodline of the Duan family, Duan Wuhan. So it's him. Then he is indeed qualified. Everyone stared at the young man and nodded. The Duan family was the first family in the world, backed by the martial god of the Duan lineage. In terms of qualifications, no one present could compare with him. Duan Wuhan was aware of everyone's worshipful gazes and smiled. He had come here this time for the cloud silk flower. This mysterious flower bud bloomed in the void and was only as big as a silk thread, but it had a mystical power. His Duan family's old ancestor, the martial god of the Duan clan, had repeatedly warned him that if he could find this cloud silk flower, then his talent would have the hope of stepping into the ranks of divine embryos. Unfortunately, he had searched the entire 9 regions but had not found the cloud silk flower. Instead, someone had told him that Taoist Master Duo Bao had this kind of treasure, so he had come. Thank you for your kindness. Then, Duan Wuhan cupped his hands and said to the crowd. He looked like a hero of a generation, calm and dignified. You're too kind. People naturally flattered him. The main reason was that Taoist Master Duo Bao had finally opened the store because of Duan Wuhan's words. Sorry, it's not you. However, just as people were congratulating him, Taoist Master Duo Bao suddenly shook his head. Silence. The entire ruined square was silent, and people's faces trembled. After all this, it was not Duan Wuhan. As for Duan Wuhan, his eyes widened, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Shit, it's not me? In fact, I don't know who you are. I just think that you look like me. Taoist Master Duo Bao took a sip of wine and said sincerely. Duan Wuhan really wanted to vomit blood. He didn't know who he was, but he was looking at him. Moreover, he looked like Taoist Master Duobao? Like your sister. You're a sloppy old man who doesn't care about his appearance, while I'm young and handsome, a dragon among men, alright. Duan Wuhan had obviously suffered a huge blow. This also made many people secretly laugh. Before, it seemed that that guy was thinking too much. At this moment, Taoist Duobao's gaze lingered around, and in the end, it fell on a stern-looking youth. He said indifferently, "Sir, how about you open the store? However, I don't need you to beg me. You just need to reveal your true face." He was referring to Lin Ling. At this moment, everyone turned their gazes towards Lin Ling, and their expressions changed greatly. After all, they also knew that anyone that could catch the eye of Taoist myriad treasures definitely wasn't simple. For example, there had been a Yuan venerate martial god, a true disciple of Miao Xin, and a mysterious ghost emperor this time. This ghost emperor is actually on the same level as Yuan venerates and martial gods? Many people looked at Lin Ling from head to toe, but they couldn't see anything. They could only sense a strong cold aura. Even the Yuan venerate martial god looked at Lin Ling with a frown. After all, he didn't know what qualifications this mysterious man had to be on equal footing with him. It's him? How infuriating. He's just a nameless nobody. As for Duan Wuhan, he was so angry that his body was trembling. He was the #1 genius of the Duan family, yet he couldn't compare to that guy with the skeleton. Scram. However, Lin Ling finally spoke up under countless gazes. He didn't know why the other party had taken a fancy to him, but he guessed that the other party had sensed the giant ghost. Or perhaps, the other party had sensed that he had been spying on him not too long ago. Scram? When this domineering and indifferent voice was heard, the entire plaza went into an uproar. Now, only Lin Ling was left. He only needed to plead with Taoist Duobao or do as Taoist Duobao said and he would be able to open the store. However, that stern-looking man had actually asked Taoist Duobao to scram? Ha! Taoist Duobao laughed when he heard this. That fellow was really bold. "Sir, you're the only one left. Don't go against everyone's wishes," the Yuan venerate martial god said unhappily. Then he chuckled. "If you agree, the Yuan venerate martial god, will owe you a favor. When you come looking for me in the future, I will definitely entertain you with great hospitality." Although he wasn't happy deep down, he also felt that this mysterious man wasn't simple. Perhaps his background wasn't weak. "Young friend, we will also be friends from now on." Upon hearing the Yuan venerate martial god's words, everyone smiled one after another. "None of your business." However, the stern-looking man was indeed the ghost emperor. He didn't give anyone any face and directly reprimanded everyone. This undoubtedly infuriated everyone. Call him Brother Ghost. However, what made everyone furious was Brother Woody. He actually wanted everyone to call that stern-looking man Brother Ghost. How could some old freaks put down their pride? Sir, the Yuan venerate martial god also frowned. "None of your business." However, Lin Ling didn't give him any face either. After all, Lin Ling still remembered what had happened at the Kaiyuan River. His words had undoubtedly offended the Yuan venerate martial god, causing the latter's face to darken. He really couldn't understand why the other party wouldn't give him any face for no reason. All right. I don't want you to reveal your true appearance. You just need to imitate them and beg me to open the store. Then I will open the store. What surprised everyone was that Taoist myriad treasures actually tried to smooth things over. Of course, he was also very surprised. He hadn't expected that the young man would be so unfeeling. Open it or not. However, Taoist myriad treasures' words still didn't make Lin Ling compromise. How interesting. Taoist myriad treasures also glanced over when he sensed that the man was unfeeling. Their gazes collided in midair like invisible sparks. In the end, Taoist myriad treasures smiled. Open the store. He had compromised. For some reason, he seemed to have a feeling that the mysterious young man definitely wouldn't compromise. He might even give up on the treasures on Taoist myriad treasures. This clearly surprised Taoist myriad treasures. How could he have known that Lin Ling had already guessed that Taoist myriad treasures would open the store? After all, Taoist myriad treasures definitely wasn't that kind-hearted. He definitely had some ulterior motives for selling treasures. Therefore, Lin Ling had no intention of compromising from the very beginning. Next, the treasures were officially put up for sale. Grade 6 Divine Artifact, White Rainbow Underworld Bone Bottle. When the first treasure came out, the ruined square instantly went into an uproar. Although Taoist myriad treasures didn't introduce the use of the treasure, the words Grade 6 clearly illustrated the value of the treasure. A pure white jade bottle that emitted an underworld aura floated out, as if it contained countless bones. Taoist myriad treasures also fell silent and allowed people to shout out their bids. The highest bidder would win. 100 million royal crystals. Trash. You dare to throw out 100 million royal crystals and embarrass yourself? I bid 1 billion. 5 billion. The price soared wildly. Some martialists with extreme talent obviously didn't want to miss out on this treasure. Chapter 4028. The cloud silk flower appeared. Next, the second treasure to appear was the radiant lightning wood. The price soared once again. Even the Yuan venerate martial god made a bid. However, the one competing with him was the woman among the geniuses. While these two big shots were fighting, the others naturally didn't dare speak. In the end, the treasure was obtained by the woman who had inherited Miao Shen's true teachings. After all, compared to royal crystals, a Yuan venerate martial god really couldn't compare to a boundary master. Humph! The Yuan venerate martial god could only snort coldly. Lin Ling watched them compete indifferently. He didn't have many royal crystals on him, only 1 billion. However, he had 3 divine stones, which were his only bargaining chip. However, he hadn't taken a fancy to any treasures yet, so he remained silent. The treasure of the myriad treasure Taoist was taken out from the void. This method is similar to the inheritance of a god. No wonder no one dares to snatch the treasure of the myriad treasure Taoist. Lin Ling kept staring at the myriad treasure Taoist. Furthermore, Lin Ling sensed a familiar power from the void that the myriad treasure Taoist had opened. This power was very hidden, but Lin Ling's spirit power was very strong. After continuous investigation, he finally confirmed it. He couldn't help but exchange a glance with the giant ghost and see the surprise in each other's eyes. After all, that hidden power was actually the power of the realm's consciousness. Could the myriad treasure Taoist be related to the realm's consciousness? Cloud silk flower. Suddenly, a new treasure appeared. A white silk thread appeared in midair and floated there. From afar, it looked like a strand of hair. This also made many people suspicious. What was the use of that treasure? Some people used their abilities to investigate and immediately discovered that it was a flower that seemed to be condensed from clouds. It had branches and leaves, but it was too thin, so it couldn't be seen without using abilities. 100 million royal crystals. Someone started to bid. Although they didn't know what use it had, it was still a rare treasure. If they collected it, it might come in handy in the future. 300 million royal crystals. Someone else bid, but in general, there weren't many people bidding. 1 billion. But at this moment, a cold voice interrupted everyone's bidding like a sword. Everyone's gazes also began to search, and then they discovered that it was the Ghost Emperor. Even Taoist Master of Myriad Treasures took another look at the Ghost Emperor because this was the first time the cold man had spoken since he started selling his treasures. Brother Ghost, he's a man of few words. Let's not fight with him. I've heard that when Nitian, who was ranked 220 on the divine list, was also killed by him. And the Grim Reaper, who was ranked 100 on the divine list, was also kicked into a pig's head. We can't afford to offend him. Let him have it. Many people stared at Lin Ling and then fell silent. I'm sorry, I've been waiting for you to make a move. However, just because the average person dared to provoke Lin Ling, it didn't mean that everyone didn't dare. At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly rang out, causing everyone to look over. They discovered that the one who spoke was Duan Wuhen. At this moment, Duan Wuhen had his hands on his hips. He looked incomparably spirited, as if he was looking down on the crowd of heroes. He was obviously very excited because he had been looking for the cloud silk flower, and now he had found it. Therefore, he wouldn't let anyone have it. Don't think that you're so powerful. Others are afraid of you, but I'm not. 1 billion, right? 5 billion. Subsequently, Duan Wuhan spoke boldly and increased the price by 5 times. This price also frightened many people. In the face of a treasure that they didn't know the use of, Duan Wuhan actually threw out 5 billion. He was indeed worthy of the inheritance of the world's #1 family. 5 billion, who dares to compete with me? Duan Wuhan roared again, his provocative eyes looking at Lin Ling. Then, he stretched out his hand and motioned for Lin Ling to make a bid. However, in the face of his provocation, Lin Ling's face was still indifferent, like an ancient well without ripples. 6 billion. As if he wanted to vent all his previous depression, Duan Wuhan spoke again. This time, he raised the price for himself. What he wanted was that kind of carefree, that kind of domineering aura. Didn't Taoist Master Duobao say that as long as the 3 of them nodded in agreement, this treasure would be sold? But now it seemed that the other 2 did have the ability, but the cold-looking young man was just making up the numbers. This time, Lin Ling was still cold and did not say a word. This also made many people begin to doubt Lin Ling. Because if Lin Ling was really a strong person, how could he not even take out 6 billion? Obviously, many people thought that Lin Ling had been crushed and could not fight back. 10 billion. However, Lin Ling did not speak, but a clear voice suddenly sounded. It was from the true inheritance of Miao Shen, and the one who spoke was Princess Ting. Princess Tian, you want to compete with me? Duan Wuhan's eyes immediately narrowed. Sorry, my master has taken a fancy to this treasure. She wants it. Princess Tin played with her nails and said lightly. Very well, then I'll see if your true inheritance of Miao Shen has the money, or if my Duan family has the money. Everyone else bid. If not, then I'll compete with Miao Shen's true inheritance. Duan Wuhan suddenly smiled indifferently. Although Miao Shen's true inheritance could not be offended, the Duan family was not to be trifled with. 20 billion. He shouted the price boldly. 30 billion. However, Princess Tin smiled faintly and followed up. 40 billion. Duan Wuhan's eyes instantly turned red. Looking at them constantly raising the price, many people's eyes also turned red. These big forces were amazing. They did not treat imperial crystals as imperial crystals, but as water. 50 billion. Compared to Duan Wuhan's jealousy, Princess Tian raised the price calmly. This time, the price undoubtedly made Duan Wuhan ponder for a long time. 50 billion imperial crystals, this was obviously enough to cultivate a master of the martial god realm. This amount of money could not be underestimated for the Duan family. However, thinking of the use of the cloud silk flower for himself, Duan Wuhan suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted, 100 billion. Silence. This time, even Miao Shen's true inheritance was silent. In his view, although the cloud silk flower was a strange object, it was not worth 100 billion to buy it. Come on, who dares to compete with me? Seeing that Miao Shen's true inheritance's momentum had weakened, Duan Wuhan's momentum suddenly rose, with a domineering aura. However, he was indeed domineering because no one around the ruins square dared to fight with him. However, just when everyone thought that the flower would go to someone, a cold voice suddenly sounded. 1. This voice that broke the silence obviously came from Lin Ling. Everyone's pupils trembled fiercely. Previously, they all thought that Lin Ling had given up. And 1 piece? 1 imperial crystal? People were immediately stunned. Chapter 4029. The Ultimate Treasure, the Map of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. At this moment, Duan Wuhan was obviously very excited, as if he had consecutively defeated Lin Ling and Miao Shen. 1 God stone. However, his sarcastic laughter did not change Lin Ling's expression. His voice was still indifferent. 1 and it's a stone. When Duan Wuhan heard this, he could not help but laugh until tears flowed down his face. He thought that Brother Ghost would use an emperor crystal, but it turned out to be a god stone. However, he was still laughing, but he found that something was wrong because the people around him were not laughing. Instead, their pupils were wide open. God stone? Are you sure? Taoist Master Duo Bao's pupils constricted as he spoke solemnly. The real powerhouses knew what a god's stone represented. It was a treasure that even emperor crystals could not buy. It could temper a martial artist's divine power. It could be said that the value of a god's stone was 100 times more than the cloud silk flower. I'm sure. Lin Ling nodded faintly. As soon as the word sure fell, the entire ruined square immediately went into an uproar. Everyone stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of horror. This was a real nouveau riche. He deserved to be one of the 3 people personally named by Taoist Master Duo Bao. God, 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 stone. As for Duan Wuhan, he stuttered at this moment because he finally heard clearly that there was an additional word, God, before the stone. It's your turn. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling also looked at Duan Wuhan indifferently, motioning him to make a bid. Duan Wuhan stood on the ground with his mouth wide open. For a long time, he did not shout a word. Finally, he sat on the ground powerlessly. His pupils were still trembling, and his heart was still in shock. As for his face, it was turning black at this moment. Haha. Seeing Duan Wuhan's appearance, many people could not help laughing. Duan Wuhan thought that he was so powerful that he wanted to crush Brother Ghost, but it turned out that everything he had done before was just the actions of a clown. How generous, even using divine stones to buy things. The Yuan venerate martial god also stared at Lin Ling gravely. He knew that anyone who could take out a divine stone to trade so easily definitely wasn't simple. At this moment, he finally acknowledged Lin Ling's position. TKC, using a god stone to buy an unknown flower, that cold young man is really generous. In a corner of the ruins, Yu and the others gasped. They were intimidated by the domineering aura of the cold-looking young man. But it's very good. Seeing him step on Duan Wuhan's face until it turned black, I felt very happy. Next to him, Xin Yuangu smiled playfully. She knew that Duan Wuhan and Lin Ling had always been at odds. Now that she saw the latter suffer a loss, she felt as happy as eating honey. Hee, that clown will always be defeated by Brother Ling. Hearing this, Yu also smiled happily, but her eyes were fixed on the cold man in the distance. For some reason, she felt that the man's style of doing things was very similar to Brother Ling's, except that he was colder than Brother Ling. After the cloud silk flower was seized by Lin Ling, the treasures continued to be sold. Of course, Lin Ling didn't care much about the remaining treasures. He looked at the white silk thread wrapped around his finger and smiled. This cloud silk flower could repair his Zai 6 butterfly divine war chariot, allowing the power of this divine artifact to be released 5 times. Therefore, a piece of divine stone was definitely worth it. Any treasure was actually priceless. It mainly depended on where the owner used it. If the Zai 6 butterfly divine war chariot could save Lin Ling's life at a critical moment, then how could a divine stone compare? Furthermore, Lin Ling estimated that if he reached the 2nd-level martial god realm, the divine inheritance treasure could be opened again, and there would probably be even more divine stones inside. Time passed quietly, and a large number of treasures were bought. After an unknown period of time, Taoist Master Duo Bao, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. The number of treasures for sale today is 198. Now let's sell the last treasure. Obviously, this was the final treasure. The map of the 6th and 7th floors of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. An ancient sheepskin map appeared in Taoist Master Duo Bao's hand. He waved it slightly, and it attracted everyone's attention. The 8 gods' heavenly palace was one of the 7 great forbidden lands in the land of the 9 provinces. Up until now, no one had ever reached the 9th floor, and not many people had even reached the 6th and 7th floors. However, it was obvious that the heavenly palace had countless treasures. Therefore, with the map, it was equivalent to having another life-saving trump card. 100 billion monarch crystals. Everyone present knew about the 8 gods' heavenly palace, so someone immediately shouted a price. 300 billion. Moreover, the price kept rising like a rising tide. 500 billion. Even the mysterious person who had inherited Miao Shen's true inheritance bid. The map of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling's eyes finally lit up as he turned to look at the giant ghost. The giant ghost nodded heavily. The giant ghost had always wanted to find out its origins, and it had come from the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Therefore, it had always guessed that its origins were related to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. I must get it. Lin Ling was even more excited. He had yearned for the 8 gods' heavenly palace for a long time. Furthermore, he had entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace many times and found many treasures inside. 800 billion. While Lin Ling and the giant ghost were discussing, the price of the map was still soaring. Even the Yuan Venerate martial god had spoken. The price of 800 billion sealed the mouths of many people. Apart from a limited number of people, basically no one could compete. There were only 5 people left in the bidding war. 850 billion. Furthermore, one person had already reached his limit. His face was flushed and his eyes were anxious, as if he was deeply afraid that someone else would outbid him. Unfortunately, just because he had reached his limit didn't mean that others had as well. 900 billion. This time, under the countless gazes of the crowd, a beautiful woman spoke indifferently. This lady was also one of the 5 people still bidding. Lin Ling also recognized her. She was Yu. This also made Lin Ling understand the purpose of Yu and the others' trip. It turned out that they had come for the map. 1 trillion. However, Miao Xin's true disciple wasn't willing to be outdone. 1 trillion. Even the Yuan Venerate martial god wouldn't hand over the map with both hands. Yu and the others had ugly expressions on their faces as they watched these big shots continuously raise the price. Yu turned to look at Yuer and asked secretly, "How much money do we have left?" "Little sister Yu, we have a total of 1.5 trillion. However, we borrowed some from Songchiri and the Wind Snow Academy Dean before we came out. We currently have 1.8 trillion. And Yuer replied immediately. Upon hearing this, Yu nodded and raised the price again. 1.5 trillion. She had raised the price by 300 billion in one go. Clearly, she wanted to use this price to intimidate her opponents. In fact, the effect was very obvious, as 2 out of the 5 people were immediately eliminated. The remaining 3 were in a 3-way confrontation. Chapter 40-30. A man of few words. It's rare for a treasure to catch my eye, so I won't admit defeat so easily. 1.8 trillion. The Yuan Venerate martial god said with a smile. He stared at Yu and the others with murderous intent. 2 trillion. However, the final winner seemed to be Miao Xin's true inheritance and raised the price to 2 trillion. This price made the faces of Yu and the others turn gloomy. They knew that they had failed. They clenched their fists and their eyes were red. Clearly, they weren't willing to give up. It seems like they have given up. Then only the 2 of us are left. The current price is 2 trillion. Next, it's my turn to call out the price. The Yuan Venerate martial god also looked at Miao Xin's true inheritance. His eyes were also red, as 2 trillion royal crystals was a huge sum of money for him. I'll be waiting respectfully. That prodigy also said. The 2 of them were like tigers and dragons vying for hegemony. 2 divine stones. However, just as the 2 sides were about to fight to the death, a cold voice was suddenly heard. This voice was so cold that it seemed to have come from the depths of hell. Brother Ghost. Everyone didn't have to guess anymore. They all turned to look at the cold man. The 2 big shots, Yuan Venerate martial god and Yuan Venerate martial god, also paid attention to the source of the voice. They immediately felt disgusted, as if they had eaten a fly. They knew that Brother Ghost wouldn't take this lying down. Furthermore, they had always been on guard against Brother Ghost. Who would have thought that Brother Ghost would finally make a move? My Brother Ghost in the void is indeed a man of few words. After all, when he didn't speak, it was enough. When he spoke, it was earth-shattering. 2 divine stones. Spiritual Master Duobao's eyes lit up instantly. No one would be able to compete with such a price. However, the map of the 8 God Sky Palace was no small matter. Therefore, the Yuan Venerate martial god's eyes flickered. He seemed to be planning to take out an even more precious treasure and go all out. Even the mysterious prodigy fell silent. However, everyone guessed that the mysterious master wouldn't give up either. My 2 divine stones are for them. At that moment, Lin Ling suddenly stood up and pointed at Yu Yu and the others. Silence reigned once more. The Yuan venerate martial god was stunned. Then, he looked at Yu Yu with a gloomy expression. For them, the highest price they bid before was 1.8 trillion royal crystals. Now that Brother Ghost has given them 2 god stones, who can compete with them? He's smashing them to death so that the Yuan venerates and martial gods won't have a chance to retaliate. The crowd also came to their senses, and it was as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. Now, who could still bid? Not a single one. Although Brother Ghost didn't say much, when he made a move, it was indeed earth-shattering. It left others with no way out. For us. At this moment, Yu Yu and the rest were shocked. Previously, they had planned to give up, but who knew that there would be a pleasant surprise? This person is so mysterious. I'm afraid he has a motive. And Yuer shook her head and said cautiously, yeah, we're not related to him at all, yet he suddenly gave us 2 divine stones. There must be some secret behind this. Xian Yuango wasn't a young and inexperienced girl, so she felt that something wasn't right. Although they were talking softly, their expressions were cautious. This was naturally noticed by Lin Ling and made him very depressed. After all, this was money given by their man, yet these 2 girls actually couldn't recognize it. All right, thank you. At this moment, Yu Yu suddenly opened her mouth with a smile on her face. She generously accepted the 2 god stones from Lin Ling. This also made Lin Ling's eyes light up and his lips curl into a smile. She was indeed a little girl who had grown up together. She had probably sensed something. Now we have offered 2 god stones and 1.8 trillion royal crystals. Next, please make your bids. Yu Yu looked at the crowd again. Everyone was silent. Not many people would be able to afford such a price. Humph. The Yuan venerate martial god snorted and glared coldly at Yu Yu and the others. As for the true disciples of God Miao, they were also completely silent this time. Princess Tan kept whispering to the chosen one, as if she was asking who Yu Yu and the others were. Humph. Then, the chosen one let out a crisp snort before rising into the sky and flying off into the distance. Obviously, this treasure auction was completely over, and the final treasure had been obtained by Yu Yu and the others. Let's go! Spiritual Master Duobao picked up his wine flask again and drank as he walked away slowly. However, although his pace didn't seem fast, he disappeared into the distance in a few steps. Just as he disappeared, a map floated towards Yu Yu and the others and landed in their hands. Yu Yu and the others exchanged glances and knew that there was no time to lose. Immediately, they also left in another direction. The crowd began to disperse, but many of their eyes were filled with coldness. Their gazes were searching the crowd. At this moment, Yu Yu and the others left Xianxia city in large strides. They then disguised themselves and planned to leave the Daoyuo heaven realm. Their speed was also extremely fast. They knew that they were carrying treasures now, so they would inevitably be targeted. Everyone, be careful. And Yuera also warned everyone. She also felt that things wouldn't go as smoothly as they thought. Little beauties, where are you going so fast? Sure enough, after walking for 2 hours, the ground suddenly squirmed and the soil rolled. More than a dozen figures emerged from it, and the person in the lead was Duan Wuhan. Don't you know how long we've been waiting for you here? Duan Wuhan said with a smile as soon as he appeared. He naturally knew who these beauties were. In fact, he had tried to provoke these beauties many times over the years. However, whether it was him personally appearing or the people sent by the Duan family, they all ended in failure. Because there were always powerhouses protecting these people in the dark. Of course, that was in the final world. Now, this was the myriad worlds. Those who were secretly protecting them shouldn't be able to reach here. Beauties, after Lin Ling's death, you're quite lonely. Why don't you come with me? Duan Wuhan said with a smile. A fan appeared in his hand, and he waved it confidently. Because these peerless beauties were all Lin Ling's. If he could get them, how happy would that be? However, staring at these women, his heart was also incomparably jealous. He couldn't understand why all the good things belonged to Lin Ling, including these beauties. He, Duan Wuhan, seemed to have been under Lin Ling all his life. Okay, but the premise is that you can take my sword. Chapter 4031. This also made Duan Wuhan a little absent-minded. He was admiring Yuer's beauty, but soon, the fan in his hand suddenly bloomed with ice flowers. A fierce force attacked him, making him unable to appreciate it anymore. With a loud shout, he threw down the fan in his hand and jumped back. He obviously sensed that Yuer's talent was very terrifying. She seemed to be a divine fetus. Gotcha! Just as he ran away, the fan in his hand was frozen into pieces, smashed to the ground, and disappeared without a trace. Duan Wuhan instantly opened his mouth wide. This ice beauty was so powerful? In the past, he had also noticed Yuer, but in the final world, Yuer rarely made a move, so he didn't know about Yuer's strength. But now he finally saw it. This strength was too fierce. You're not even as good as me, and you want to compete with my man? What a joke! Seeing Duan Wuhen's embarrassed appearance, Yuer's eyes were full of disdain. Her ice crystal sword was still pointed at Duan Wuhen, making Duan Wuhen's whole body tremble with anger. Today, he had lost a lot of face. Kill the others and take all these women away. Then, Duan Wuhen roared. As the first bloodline of the Duan family, he came to the Daluo Heaven realm today, so naturally he brought many experts with him. These experts were the elders that the Duan family had focused on cultivating. Each of them had the strength of the middle stage of the martial god realm, and their talent wasn't weak. Giant cannon. However, when one of the Duan family's experts rushed towards Yuer, a giant cannon suddenly shot out from behind Yuer. Looking carefully, it was a huge arm like a cannon. Rumble. A simple and crude cannon shot out. Mixed with the divine power, that middle-stage martial god realm expert was immediately blown away. What? Duan Wuhen's eyes instantly widened. The guards behind those beauties were so powerful? Kill them all. He roared again. And at this moment, Yu and the others finally made their moves. Moreover, their strength wasn't weak, especially Yu. She floated up, her long skirt fluttering. Endless multicolored lights sprinkled down. These lights had a mysterious melody, which actually caused Yuer and the others to consume their boundary essence extremely slowly. Moreover, their condition also surpassed their usual, reaching the peak. What kind of talent does this girl have? This left Duan Wuhan flabbergasted. Faintly, he could see a dragon hovering in the sky. It seemed to be the innate gift of the dragon god. He had never expected that none of Lin Ling's women were just flower vases. Moreover, the people who appeared behind Yu and the others were all existences that could take on 100 people by themselves. Then, the space distorted and an old man appeared with a cold expression. A pitch-black mirror appeared in his hand and he shone it on the ground. After the light from the mirror shone on the ground, the entire ground started to rumble and distort. He's the ninth god Ai, the leader of the God Slayer Alliance. Someone behind Duan Wuhan finally recognized the old man. Could it be that these people are the leaders of the God Slayer Alliance? As leaders, they are actually protecting these women. Duan Wuhan also reacted, and his expression became even uglier. Snatch the map. Originally, he wanted to snatch the women, but now he knew that it would be very difficult to do so. Therefore, his target was the map of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Young master, we have too few people. I'm afraid we can't snatch it. However, he only brought 3 elders with him. The others were only at the initial stage of the martial god realm. They couldn't stop the experts on Yu's side at all. Disregarding everything else, just Yu alone was enough to make them invincible. In addition, there was also Yu. She could constantly restore Yuer and the others' fighting strength. How could they continue fighting? Trash, trash, a bunch of trash. Hearing the elder's words, Duan Wuhan was undoubtedly enraged. However, looking at Yu and the others' crazily rising auras, he finally knew that even if he had lost face today, he had no choice but to retreat. Duan Wuhan, the first bloodline of the Duan clan. Although it sounds very powerful, it can only be proud of in the 36 academies. Facing the experts of the final world, it's still a lot weaker. At this time, a voice was heard. Then, there was a vast and mighty crowd coming along the horizon. The woman in the lead was like an empress. As she walked, her elegance was boundless. And she was none other than the Heaven Princess. Looking at the people around her, there were people from all walks of life. Each had their own characteristics, but they were all experts. Obviously, she relied on the name of Miao Shen's true inheritance to summon many experts. I can do what you can't do. Get lost and watch obediently. Princess Tin looked at Duan Wuhan disdainfully and said. Her words carried an incomparable domineering aura. Of course, these words made Duan Wuhan so angry that he almost vomited blood. Then again, he was the first bloodline of the Duan clan. Why was it that after coming to the Daluo Heaven Realm, he was being made difficult everywhere? When the treasure was being sold, a ghost brother suddenly came to trample on him. Now, even Princess Tian looked down on him. Who did he, Duan Wuhan, provoke? Hand over the map, and I'll let you go. Princess Tin ignored Duan Wuhan, but looked indifferently at Yu Yu and the others. Her purpose was obviously for the map. When the treasure was being sold, she was actually enduring it. Then she left with her master, but she knew her master's idea. Since she couldn't buy the map, then she would rob it. This is because I see that you are all women. Otherwise, I would have killed you today. Princess Tin raised her hand, which made all the experts around her restless. She didn't know these experts. But she didn't need to know them. She only needed to promise them that Miao Shen's true inheritance would forge weapons for them, and that was enough. Although most of these experts were not as good as Yu Yu's experts, they had a large number of people, and they were all in the martial god realm. Therefore, if they were to fight, Yu Yu and the others would definitely be at a disadvantage. Not willing? Seeing Yu Yu and the others silent, Princess Tin raised her hand, but suddenly a flag appeared. The flag also emitted a bright light, illuminating all directions. It was like a command to gather. What was frightening was that there were even more martial artists swarming over from afar. The sky was full, and it seemed that there were no less than 10,000 of them. At this moment, Yu Yu and the others' faces turned ugly. There were too many people, and it would be difficult for them to break out of the encirclement. Although I knew that there would be people blocking us, I didn't expect there to be so many of them. Xian Yuangu gritted her teeth and said, It's a pity that the people of the God Slayer Alliance are scattered. It's hard to summon them in a short period of time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to be afraid if we had more people. Qin Ting, who was beside Xian Yuangu, said with a frown. She could already foresee that if these experts surrounded them, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop them. Should we hand over the map? Chapter 4032. A battle between experts. But this map. Yu Yu frowned. Clearly, she was unwilling to hand over the map. Sorry for interrupting. However, at this moment, an indifferent smile suddenly spread across the sky. Following which, a commotion broke out among the crowd in the distance. Following which, a large number of experts could be seen rolling in the sky like straws. Upon closer inspection, one could see that among the crowd, there was someone riding a divine horse. He wore white armor and held a long spear in his hand. From afar, he looked like a divine general in white robes. Behind that mighty expert was a large number of people. A green flag was also fluttering in the sky, and there were 3 shocking words on it. Tindi League. This was one of the overlords of the ancient dragon desolate land in the Kaiyuan River. It's him. Qin Ting, the 9th God Eye, and the rest recognized the person. He seemed to be an ally of the God Slayer Alliance, the mysterious Wuxia Haonan. This person was also the great leader of the Tindi League. Sorry for being late. Lin Ling isn't here. If I can meet him, I will definitely be of some help. The person who came was valiant. His long spear danced, stirring up the wind and clouds. His divine power was extremely terrifying. His talent was a flag. From the looks of it, it was probably not lower than the 10th grade ultimate desolate body. However, the most terrifying thing was his long spear. Every time he flicked it, a large number of people would be flipped over. A path was forcefully opened in the sea of martial god experts. Who are you? Why are you ruining my plans? Leave immediately. I will agree to a condition on behalf of Miao Xin's true teachings. Any condition? Seeing the other party's unparalleled ferocity, Princess Tian's expression turned ugly. Following which she also threw out a tempting offer. Sorry, I'm not interested. Wu Yu Haonan sat on his white horse and looked at the heavenly princess with a smile. Then he swept his long spear towards the heavenly princess. From the looks of it, not only did he refuse, he even dared to attack the heavenly princess. Be careful! When they sensed the ferocious divine energy, the expressions of many people changed drastically, and they all rushed over to protect the heavenly princess. However, the spear was so terrifying that it tore through the void and actually flipped a large number of people over. However, right when the image of the spear was about to arrive before Princess Tin, a jade hairpin suddenly appeared out of thin air, and it carried terrifying might as it pierced through the air and shot towards the image of the spear. Clang! The jade hairpin did not look big, but it carried a supreme power. After the long spear that was mixed with the power of God collided, it instantly split open, forming a ferocious storm that engulfed a large number of people. This caused the eyes of countless people to tremble fiercely. More powerful cultivators had arrived? Previously, when Princess Tian arrived with countless experts, everyone was already extremely surprised. But who would have thought that a Tiandi League would suddenly appear and sweep away all the heroes in a domineering manner? However, just when everyone thought that Princess Tian would be defeated, another expert appeared. The map of the 8 gods' heavenly palace indeed possessed endless temptation. When the spear shattered, Wu Haonan's expression turned grave. He sensed that the jade hairpin was most likely a powerful divine weapon, and he immediately raised his head to look at the void. Scram! In the void, a clear and cold voice sounded, and it actually caused a formless cold wind to blow, causing countless people to feel a chill in their hearts. They immediately looked around, but they could not see anyone. However, they suddenly had a guess. Could it be the master of that genius? It's her! Yu and the others also had some guesses. They never would have thought that a world spiritist deity, who was a true disciple of God Miao, would actually put down her face to attack them. And now, that mysterious person had made her move. Today, the map would most likely be lost. The entire land suddenly became incomparably silent. Only the jade hairpin floated in the void, and then it actually shot towards Yu. Its speed was so fast that it actually reached the speed of 8,000 worlds. The master of the jade hairpin clearly wanted to seize the map. With her making her move, who would be able to stop the God-Slayer Alliance and the Tiandi League? One must know that the master of that genius was one of the 3 people named by Taoist Duobao. You're not allowed to touch her. However, just when everyone thought that the beauty Yu was about to meet with a mishap, a gray cloth suddenly appeared behind Yu. It quietly floated over, and an ice-cold and dignified voice sounded. That cloth seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and when it slowly opened, an old man calmly walked out. At the same time, he extended his hand, and his other hand held the wrist of the hairpin. Then he lightly flicked it. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the jade hairpin that was as fast as lightning was struck by a powerful force, and it was immediately sent flying. Wah! Another expert! Heavens! Heavens, why did another expert appear? Truly, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Boom! When they saw this scene, everyone's expressions changed greatly. It had to be said that in today's treasure hunt, there was always a mountain higher than the mountain. Who are you? Ha! As for the mysterious person who had suddenly appeared, a delicate shout sounded out from the void. You're not qualified to know. Ha! That mysterious old man raised his turbid eyes, and he indifferently looked at the void. Suddenly, he took a step, and the sky in front of him rippled, and he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky, and with a flick of his finger, he madly attacked the void. Boom! 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 The sound was like the collapse of the heavens and the earth. The void immediately exploded, and endless cracks appeared. Then, a genius appeared like the Buddha Sea City's celestial tower. "You finally came out?" Pretending to be mysterious. "Ha!" that old man mockingly shouted, and he attacked once again. Seeing that old man madly attacking, that genius also emitted a dazzling light. Then, a jade-like hand opened the curtain of the genius and lightly waved it. Every time she waved it, there would be treasures that would rapidly shoot out, causing the sky to be filled with treasure light, and they were evenly matched with the old man's divine power. That earth-shattering battle caused everyone to raise their heads to look at the sky. They faintly knew that those two were peak existences in the martial god realm. Of course, although they knew that the master of the genius wasn't one of the 9 prefectures' 10 great martial gods, his strength wasn't much weaker than the 9 prefectures' 10 great martial gods. That was because this was a world boundary god from God Miao's true inheritance. He didn't rely on being a martial god, but on treasures. Therefore, this world boundary god wasn't one of the 10 great martial gods. However, what shocked them was that old man. That old man was actually able to collide with a world boundary god. That was too terrifying. They had never heard of such a powerful old man before. What a terrifying divine power. "I'm afraid it has reached over 100. Someone said solemnly, and they felt that their horizons had been broadened. That senior has blocked the expert from God Miao's true inheritance. Let's leave immediately. Chapter 4033. A Yuan venerate martial god's obstruction. Moreover, the old man had warned them to leave immediately because he was afraid that something would happen if they were too slow. Therefore, Yu had hurriedly led Yuer and the others away. With the appearance of the Tiandi League's experts, although there were many people around, they obviously didn't dare to act rashly and could only watch as Yuer and the others left. "Bastard!" Princess Tian immediately cursed. However, her master was blocked, and she obviously couldn't stop Yu and the others from leaving by herself. Duan Wuhan was also gnashing his teeth. He naturally didn't want to fly away with the map in his eyes. However, he was currently the weakest force among the group, so he could only watch helplessly. Soon, Yu and the others disappeared into the horizon. With the protection of the Tiandi League, they left the Daluo Heaven realm. After a long time, more than a dozen figures appeared in the void, and they all felt relieved. "We finally left. As long as we return to the final world, everything will be fine." Looking back at the ancient Daluo Heaven realm in the distance, Xianyuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Yes, fortunately, that senior was always there. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. Yu nodded and didn't say anything else. She hurriedly rushed in the direction of the final world. However, they thought that they had escaped with their lives, but they had overlooked the temptation of the map of the 7th level of the 8 God Sky Palace. The people who had stopped them today could be said to be one wave after another. In the void leading to the final world, a large number of experts appeared and stood there indifferently, as if they had been waiting for a long time. How annoying! Yu and the others couldn't help but curse when they saw those experts appear. The 9th God Eye and the others were naturally the same. These greedy people were like flies that couldn't be shaken off. One had to know that Yu and the others had spent a lot of money to buy the map of the 8 God Sky Palace. These people didn't pay a single cent and just wanted to snatch it. They were too shameless. No one has ever been able to compete with me for treasures. However, before those people could make a move, an even more terrifying expert arrived. A large shadow appeared in the sky, blocking out the sun and the moon. Upon closer inspection, it was a huge island. On the island, a man stood there coldly, staring at Yu and the others. Yuan venerate martial god. At this moment, Yu and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the faces of those fellows who were trying to rob them changed drastically. After all, they had never imagined that a Yuan venerate martial god would also make a move. This was especially true for Yu and the other girls. Not only were they surprised, but they were also furious. After all, they had just encountered a top powerhouse of the 9 states not long ago. Now, another one had appeared. Without the protection of that mysterious old man, who could stop a Yuan venerate martial god? You must have had a good time bidding earlier. On the huge island, the Yuan Venerate martial god crossed his arms and looked down at Yu and the others. Didn't you feel great when you ignored me earlier? Did you feel like you were crushing me when you snatched the map from me earlier? The Yuan Venerate martial god's cold voice echoed throughout the void. Not only did it make Yu and the others feel a chill, but even those fellows who were trying to take advantage of them were trembling. The 10 great martial gods of the 9 states. Someone who could be recognized as a powerhouse definitely wasn't weak. Speak. Why aren't you speaking? The Yuan Venerate martial god shouted again when he saw that Yu and the others were silent. However, Yu and the others were indeed silent as they glared coldly at the Yuan Venerate martial god. The onlookers were speechless. What did he want the 10 great martial gods of the 9 states to say? This Yuan Venerate martial god was clearly venting his grievances. The map is in your hands now. Who do you think will get the map in the end? The Yuan Venerate martial god wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he asked slowly. He was indeed venting his frustrations. After all, he was one of the 10 great martial gods of the 9 states, yet he had actually lost to a few little girls. This was the first time he had felt so depressed ever since he had become one of the 10 great martial gods of the 9 states. Even when he had clashed with the carefree sword martial god and suffered serious injuries, he hadn't felt as depressed as he did now. After all, the carefree sword martial god was also one of the 10 great martial gods of the 9 states. It was normal that he hadn't been able to take advantage of him. However, these were mere ants. How dare ants question the might of a martial god? We won't hand over the map. At this moment, Yu finally opened her mouth, and her eyes were filled with determination. Haha. The Yuan Venerate martial god laughed disdainfully when he heard this. In fact, he could also understand how Yu and the others felt. After all, they had spent a lot of money to buy the map, yet it had been snatched away by someone else. No one would be willing to accept this. Sorry, but I have to say that the map already belongs to me. The Yuan Venerate martial god said coldly after laughing. Kill anyone who refuses to accept this. The Yuan Venerate martial god walked down from the island step by step. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he exuded a domineering aura. He roared furiously, causing the void to tremble. The martialists in the distance all spat out blood before their expressions changed drastically. Countless echoes reverberated in their minds. It was actually the same sentence. However, who would dare to refuse to accept this? How could they dare to refuse to accept this? They couldn't wait to leave this place immediately. After all, they would be tired of living if they tried to snatch prey from the Yuan Venerate martial god. Hand over the map. At this moment, the Yuan Venerate martial god finally made his move. His entire body was like a meteorite that shot towards Yu. Inside the huge meteorite, there was actually a palm that reached out as though it wanted to seize the map. Yu and the others gritted their teeth when they saw the Yuan Venerate martial god make his move. Their eyes were cold, but they also knew that this map would be completely lost today. However, Yuer and Xianxia discovered that while Yu was nervous, she was actually mumbling to herself. When they got closer, they even heard Yu actually shouting for Lin Ling. "Big brother Ling, are you still not coming?" This sentence made Yuer and the others sigh. It had been 10 years. Lin Ling had disappeared for 10 years. How could he suddenly appear here? Boom. However, at that moment, a resplendent sound suddenly came crashing down from the void, causing Yu and the others to unconsciously look up. After all, the roar in the sky was too loud. In the end, they discovered that a man in a black robe had descended from the sky. Behind him were mysterious tentacles that were over 100 meters long. There were also mysterious flames on his shoulders as he descended fiercely. Boom! Another roar was heard. Everyone saw the man's palm strike out. 2 rays of yellow and red light blossomed and collided with the meteorite, causing it to fly backwards. Silence! The void instantly became deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the person who had suddenly descended. Chapter 40-34. Another deity extermination. It's him. Yuer and the others' expressions changed drastically. However, Yu, who was beside them, smiled excitedly after being stunned for a moment. This smile also made Yuer and Xian Yuanger's eyes light up before they started guessing. Because the only person in the world who could make Yu reveal such a smile was that man. It's you! Boom! The meteorite that was sent flying suddenly exploded and transformed back into a Yuan Venerate martial god. At the moment, he was glaring coldly at the person who had suddenly appeared. I didn't expect that you would appear. Previously, you went against me at every turn. I originally wanted to settle the score with you, but the map was more important, so I temporarily spared your life. But now, you actually dare to appear in front of me? The Yuan Venerate martial god glared at the mysterious person as he spoke coldly. If you scram immediately, you might still have a chance to live. The mysterious man was none other than Lin Ling, and he said coldly. In fact, he had been secretly following Yu and the others to ensure their safety. However, he hadn't shown himself because of the mysterious old man's appearance. Scram? You want me to scram? The Yuan Venerate martial god couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Lin Ling's words. Then he smiled mockingly. You don't have the right to say that. Then, the Yuan Venerate martial god made his move. After all, he had already wasted a certain amount of time. Now, he only wanted to kill the Ghost Emperor and seize the map. Furthermore, he was filled with mockery. How could a mere unknown person have the right to be on equal footing with him? What a joke! He extended his palm and a terrifying power emanated from it, as if he was chanting an incantation. Suddenly, several meteorites appeared around Lin Ling's body and fused with him. Lin Ling had witnessed the strength of a Yuan Venerate martial god at the Kaiyuan River. Therefore, he knew that this was a terrifying opponent. Therefore, he also went all out. The true inheritance netherworld sword appeared, as did the dual Bodhi Bodhi. The three surges of divinity fought against the surrounding meteors. However, those meteorites were like magnets. After being blocked by Lin Ling, they still continued to shoot over. Moreover, they came from all directions and finally engulfed Lin Ling. A huge pitch-black rock appeared, as if it had sealed Lin Ling. Ha! The Yuan Venerate martial god wasn't surprised by this. He laughed heartily and was about to say something. Rumble! However, at this moment, golden flames suddenly appeared on the surface of the meteor and actually assimilated the meteor. Everyone, including the Yuan Venerates and martial gods, was shocked when they saw the golden flames, especially Yuer and the others. At this moment, they were undoubtedly very excited because they knew what those golden flames represented. The flame of the human monarch. Back in the ancient dragon wasteland, Lin Ling had once used this flame to assimilate the Dead Sea. Among them, Yuer was the most familiar with the golden flames. Crackle crackle. However, after the golden flames, white thunderbolts blasted out, as if they weren't willing to let the golden flames steal the limelight. When those thunderbolts appeared, they were extremely tyrannical and actually tore the meteor apart. Then, there was a continuous rumbling sound, turning the void into a forbidden lightning zone. What kind of power is this? What a terrifying might! The martialists in the distance were all trembling with fear as they recalled a certain sentence. My brother Ghost in the Void is a ruthless man of few words. Although Taoist Myriad Treasures had confirmed Brother Ghost's identity and strength, no one had seen Brother Ghost's strength before. Thus, they had been skeptical. However, now they were sure. The third person confirmed by Taoist Myriad Treasures was indeed worthy of his reputation. Divine fetus? As for the Yuan Venerate martial god, he wasn't as carefree as he had been before. His brows were tightly furrowed and he had a grave expression on his face. Crackle crackle. When he looked at the endless thunderbolts again, a terrifying figure appeared there. The reason it was terrifying was because a lot of power had appeared on this person's body. His skin was black, his hands had dragon claws, and he had gorgeous wings on his back. Golden flames were leaping on his shoulders and he exuded the majesty of a human monarch. As for the surface of his body, the sea urchin-like thunderbolts seemed to be stronger than any divine armor as they guarded the monster's surroundings. Bang! The void suddenly exploded and the monster disappeared. When it appeared again, It was already in front of the Yuan Venerate martial god. A fist that contained the power of flames and thunderbolts blasted out. The flames were extremely ferocious and tyrannical. The thunderbolts were the same. Although the fusion of these two tyrannical powers was a little uncoordinated, the power of the fusion couldn't be underestimated. Boom! The Yuan Venerate martial god clearly hadn't expected that monster to suddenly attack. Thus, he was caught off guard and was punched in the cheek. He spat out a mouthful of teeth and his nose was almost crooked. However, he was still one of the 10 great martial gods of Jojo. Thus, at this critical moment, his cheeks suddenly hardened and half of his face turned into hard rock, blocking the destruction brought about by that tyrannical punch. However, he still couldn't control his body and was sent flying. Could you be? Then he suddenly roared. Although the monster in front of him was different from what he remembered, those golden flames were really familiar. During the great battle in the Phoenix Emperor's Spring 10 years ago, he had also been watching from afar. Naturally, he knew who had possessed the golden flames. However, he had never imagined that this fellow would still be alive after 10 years. He even recalled the scene at the Kaiyuan River. At the time, he had asked for a person by name. That person had been the little fellow before him. At the time, this little fellow had been like an ant to him. If it hadn't been for the sudden appearance of the divine voice, he would have already captured this little fellow. However, in a short span of 10 years, that ant-like existence had already grown to such a level. He had even destroyed a martial god in the Phoenix Emperor's Spring. At the time, he had seen with his own eyes that this little fellow had chased after Wenin martial god and beaten him until he fled. That wasn't all. Afterward, he had also heard that this wasn't the first time this little fellow had destroyed a martial god. Another one of the 10 great martial gods of Jojo had also fallen at his hands. It was martial god Qilin. This little fellow could be considered a professional at destroying martial gods. After all, although his strength hadn't reached the level of the 10 great martial gods of Jojo, his methods were mysterious and every move was fatal. Now that he had suddenly appeared, could it be that he wanted to destroy another martial god? As these thoughts flashed through the Yuan Venerate martial god's mind, cold sweat started to appear on his forehead. Boom, boom. But at this moment, a destructive aura suddenly appeared, causing the area around him to explode continuously. This made the Yuan Venerate martial god shudder violently. He saw that a huge purple butterfly had appeared at some point in time above the monster's head. This butterfly had 6 wings and looked very beautiful. Those wings were gently flapping with a mysterious rhythm. However, every time they flapped, that destructive aura would descend once again, making the Yuan Venerate martial god panic a little. Even though he didn't know what that butterfly was. Chapter 4035. Scared off. This killing intent could affect a Yuan Venerate martial god. If he wasn't careful, he could be killed. This also reminded him of an ancient legend about the order of heaven and earth. This meant that everything in heaven and earth had order. Butterflies might seem weak, but when there were a lot of them, they could create a storm in another realm with a sweep of their wings. This was also the order of heaven and earth. Could this fellow really be going to destroy a martial god? And I'm the next target? The Yuan Venerate martial god was afraid. After all, he wasn't sure how many more mysterious butterflies Lin Ling had. Furthermore, Lin Ling killing martial god Wen Tian might have been an accident, but what about martial god Qilin? He had killed 2 martial gods in a row. It wasn't impossible for him to kill a third. I'm just passing by. Someone wanted to snatch the map earlier and I was afraid that these beauties would be bullied, so I came to protect them. However, it's good that you're here. They will be under your protection. Sigh. People's hearts are not what they used to be. These people actually want to shamelessly snatch something that others spent money to buy? How despicable. Sigh. The Yuan Venerate martial god kept retreating until he appeared above the huge island in the sky. I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. After giving a bunch of excuses, the Yuan Venerate martial god immediately took control of the huge island and fled when he saw that Lin Ling wasn't chasing after him. Rumble. The speed of the island was so fast that the martialists in the distance were flabbergasted. After all, This was the first time they had seen such a huge island run so fast. It was as if they had seen a tortoise suddenly erupt with the speed of a rabbit. Furthermore, the Yuan Venerate martial god had said that those shameless people wanted to snatch the map. Hadn't he been the first to make a move? Furthermore, he had seemed very pleased with himself at the time. Now, he was running away? In an instant they were all confused. Then, they turned to look at Brother Ghost and their bodies trembled before they all fled in different directions. Brother Ghost was a man of few words in the void. This was the truth. Even a Yuan Venerate martial god of the 9 continents had been scared away. Wasn't this ruthless? Yu and the others were surprised to see the powerful figures who had been eyeing them covetously disappear in an instant. Then they turned to look at the mysterious man. At this moment, they were even more excited. 10 years. They had waited for 10 whole years, and this man had finally returned. Yu, in particular, knew that Big Brother Ling would definitely come when a Yuan Venerate martial god arrived. Her intuition hadn't been wrong. For a moment, the void was silent as countless pairs of eyes stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled at Yu and the others, but he didn't acknowledge Yu and the others. Instead, he smiled and softly said, "Lin Ling is in Qingzhou." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood. This also stunned Yu and the others. They were sure that the stern-looking man was Lin Ling, but Lin Ling hadn't acknowledged them? Someone is following us. It should be Luli Empress men. Lin Ling clearly doesn't want to be discovered by that person, so he didn't acknowledge us. Xian Yuange whispered all of a sudden. She was the first to react. Yu and the others' eyes lit up when they heard this. Then they also realized something. At present, Luli Empress had been looking for Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had disappeared for 10 years, so Luli Empress didn't know where Lin Ling was. However, Luli Empress had sent people to secretly follow them, hoping to find Lin Ling's whereabouts through them. Furthermore, Yu and the others knew very well that Lin Ling couldn't go head-to-head with Luli Empress at the moment. What Lin Ling had to do was find Lei Gong. As long as Lei Gong appeared, Luli Empress definitely wouldn't dare touch Lin Ling. This was also a trial of God's mission. Brother Ling said earlier that Lin Ling is in Qingzhou. What does that mean? Yu suddenly frowned again. However, Yue pondered for a moment, then her eyes lit up. She hurriedly whispered in Yu's ear, "Brother Ling is probably coming back. That's why he released a smoke bomb to lure all the experts to Qingzhou. This way, Lin Ling can more easily return to the final world." Yu and the others nodded when they heard this. They didn't say anything else and hurriedly rushed to the final world. At this moment, an old woman was sitting cross-legged in the void. She held a fishing rod with her eyes slightly closed. There was a clear pool in front of her. This pool was extremely mysterious as if it was born from the void. The old woman was sitting in front of the pool and fishing. However, even though her eyes seemed to be closed, in reality, the clear pool of water was reflecting images. Others simply couldn't see these images clearly, but this old woman could. This was because she was one of Luli Empress's people. She was using the clear pool to supervise Yu and the others. She had naturally seen the Ghost Emperor and was very puzzled at the moment. Unfortunately, she hadn't witnessed the battle at the Phoenix Emperor Spring. At the time, even Luli Empress hadn't known that Lin Ling was going to harm Wendian martial god. Therefore, although this old woman had witnessed the Ghost Emperor fight a Yuan Venerate martial god and Lin Ling erupting with the human monarch flame, she hadn't known that the Ghost Emperor was Lin Ling. Instead, she had been paying attention to the Ghost Emperor. Furthermore, she had more or less understood the meaning of his silent words through the shape of his mouth. Lin Ling was in Qingzhou. On the surface, Yu and the others are clearly a little different. They seem a little excited. This is most likely true. We have to inform the Empress immediately and surround Qingzhou. Lin Ling is also Lei Gong's trial taker. At present, Lei Gong hasn't appeared on his behalf. It must be the deity behind the Empress who has spoken up. Therefore, this is also the best opportunity to capture Lin Ling. It's been 10 years. Lin Ling has finally returned. The old woman's eyes flickered as she opened them. At almost the same time, an order was transmitted through the clear pool to all corners of the world. Luli Empress's people had all received the order to head to Qingzhou and capture Lin Ling alive. Although they weren't 100% sure about this order, they had already waited for 10 years. This was also the first time they had heard news about Lin Ling. Therefore, they would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Meanwhile, Yu Yu and the others had also returned to the final realm. Then, they asked Ting and the others to disperse. However, after estimating the time, they finally told Ting and the others that Lin Ling was about to return. When this news came out, Ting and the others' expressions changed drastically. They understood what was going on and took their leave. They clearly felt that their great leader had been in seclusion for 10 years. Now that he had returned, the final realm would definitely be shaken. Although they didn't know where Lin Ling would appear again, they had already waited 10 years for this day. Chapter 4036. 10 years later, Heaven Pass City. At this moment, no one knew where Lin Ling would return from or where he would appear. On the other hand, in the distant void, a large number of people were standing there. Their gazes were all fixed on the cold-looking man in the lead. The man looked into the distance, his eyes flashing slightly. That was because there was a huge city gate there. The gate separated the final world and the void, forming two different worlds. It's been 10 years. Since you escaped from here, it's time for you to return. The man said faintly. 10 years ago, because his power was sealed and that power could attract Luli Empress, the man had to immediately leave the final world. 10 years later, not only did all his power return, but his strength had also greatly increased. At present, he seemed to have nothing to fear. Let's go back. The man waved his right hand, and the mysterious aura on his body gradually disappeared. In its place, the long-lost indifferent aura returned. Wearing a blue robe, it was as pure as the white clouds under the blue sky. Brother Lin Ling. Behind him, Zhang Wudi and the rest suddenly smiled. Brother Ghost had finally disappeared. This was the Lin Ling they knew. Is it okay to go back like this? However, they were still worried. It's fine. At present, unless I meet Luli Empress, I'm not afraid of other people. Moreover, Luli Empress's people are now heading towards Qing province. I think there won't be many people in the final world who will pay attention to me. By the time they react, I'll have returned to Snow Wind City and will be meeting Lei Gong. The man smiled and took the lead to move forward. That's true. Zhang Wudi and the rest suddenly felt relieved. Everyone followed Lin Ling to the city in front. As long as they passed through the gate, they would arrive at the final world. And that place was Heaven Pass City. In the past, Lin Ling had evacuated from here. Today, he naturally chose to return from here. Lin Ling still remembered that there were two people who had helped him that day. One of them was Longyang. In fact, she was not a person who had helped him. She just did not want Lin Ling to die there. As for the second person, it was the deputy governor of Heaven Pass City, Yuan Jie, who was not related to Lin Ling but had taken the initiative to help Lin Ling. Of course, speaking of Yuan Jie, Lin Ling naturally could not forget Governor Xiao who had stopped him. Who is it? As they moved forward, Lin Ling and the rest finally arrived at the huge city gate. The half-step martial god realm guards looked at Lin Ling and frowned. They felt that he looked familiar, but they could not remember where they had seen him. It had been 10 years. The news that had spread like wildfire back then gradually faded away as time went by. Therefore, even if they saw Lin Ling face to face, no one recognized Lin Ling. People from Snow City. Lin Ling looked at the guards and smiled faintly. The token representing Snow City also appeared in his hand. The guards sized up Lin Ling and checked the jade token in Lin Ling's hand. Finally, they nodded. However, one of them frowned and asked, "Have I seen you before? Why do I feel that you look familiar? What's your name?" Is there a rule to ask for a person's name when entering the city? Lin Ling asked. His words stunned the guard. He smiled and said, "I'm just curious. You can go in now." Hearing this, Lin Ling strode into the city gate. Brother Wudi and the others did the same. Brother Wudi said disdainfully, "Just a guard dog. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The guard's face suddenly turned ugly. However, he saw that there were a lot of people in this group and their aura was cold, so he could only endure it. After all, They were not sure if this group of people had a strong background. Lin Ling walked forward. At the same time, he heard Brother Wudi's words. He could not help but sigh. 10 years ago, when he faced these guards, he could only avoid them and leave the city as soon as possible. But now, they did not even dare to talk back when he scolded them. The gap was too big. After entering the city gate, Lin Ling looked up and immediately saw the mirror above the city gate. Back then, it was the mirror that betrayed him. But now, the matter of the arrest warrant was obviously over. So Lin Ling walked under the mirror and was safe and sound. Then, Lin Ling did not stop and walked along the street. Brother Lin Ling, something seems wrong. I have been to this ancient city several times. I remember that there were a lot of people, but now it seems that there are a lot fewer people in the city. Brother Wudi followed behind Lin Ling, looked around, then frowned and said, "Have we been discovered?" Someone suddenly said with a solemn face. This made Brother Wudi and the others feel as if they were facing a great enemy. So what if we have been discovered? With the experts in this city, I am not afraid. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled calmly. In the past, his Jie Yuan was sealed and he could not compare to City Lord Xiao with his physical strength. But now, his strength had returned. Lin Ling was confident that he was not afraid of City Lord Xiao. Moreover, even if there were experts, Lin Ling still had a life-saving trump card. Although the trump card could be used 4 more times, it was enough for Lin Ling to meet Lei Gong. Moreover, I am not the one who has been discovered. Instead, something seems to have happened in the city. Then Lin Ling said faintly. He spread out his soul power and suddenly found that everyone was gathered in a huge square in the city. It seems that we have returned at the right time because something has happened in Heaven Pass City. Then, Lin Ling smiled faintly and led Brother Wudi and the others to the square in the city. At this moment, the square in the city was extremely lively. 2 parties were playing chess and a murderous aura permeated the air. It was very quiet. The entire square was extremely quiet. It was so quiet that even the sound of the wind blowing through the green bricks on the ground could be heard. Yuan Heir, are you going to openly defy the law? As the Deputy City Lord, you know the consequences of openly defying the law. Moreover, you should set an example. Finally, a deep voice broke the silence. A tall and sturdy man with endless majesty walked out from a group of people. City Lord Xiao, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. However, on the other side, many people also spoke angrily. It seemed that these people were very young and seemed to be experts in the academy. However, they also had another responsibility, which was to be the City Lord's mansion's people. Of course, they were only the Deputy City Lord's people. In the past 10 years, Heaven Pass City had long been divided into 2 camps. One side was the old City Lord and the other side was the newly risen Deputy City Lord. Although these 2 camps were both from Heaven Pass City, they had always been at odds. It was like a collision of ice and fire. Without a doubt, both sides wanted to swallow each other and dominate Heaven Pass City. Chapter 4037. My attack isn't over yet. One must know that in the final world, ordinary people couldn't kill people unless they had special privileges. And now, the god had issued an order, so what scruples did City Lord Xiao have? And no one knew that in order to nail Vice City Lord Yuan Jiezi to death, City Lord Xiao had prepared for a full 10 years. Yuan Jiezi, you are a sensible person and know the consequences of going against the god, and you can still be saved now. If you die, your subordinates will be innocent. Otherwise, they will definitely be implicated by you, and then they will all be wiped out. At this time, City Lord Xiao said again, do you have the heart? Yes. You must know that they are all hot-blooded youths who should be wandering in the void. It was precisely because they believed in you that they joined the City Lord Manor. However, you harmed them. Could it be that you have no conscience? Yes. Hearing City Lord Zhao's words, the surrounding youths all cursed angrily. They naturally knew that all of this was City Lord Xiao slandering Yuan Jiezi. However, City Lord Zhao's background was strong enough to actually get this groundless evidence to the god's side. In the end, the god issued the order of judgment. I'll give you 5 minutes to consider. Yes. Facing everyone's fury, City Lord Xiao didn't care at all. Instead, he looked indifferently at Yuan Jiezi and said, "Senior Yuan Jiezi, ignore him. I'll follow you wherever you go." Yes. That's right, this Heaven Gate city is a nest of snakes and rats. If we stay here, we can't achieve great things. So, we'll go with you. Yes. City Lord Xiao is from the new Heavenly Court, so the new Heavenly Court must have done something. Yes. The people around Yuan Jiezi looked at him and said, filled with righteous indignation. City Lord Xiao was all smiles and wasn't in a hurry. He knew that Yuan Jiezi was a person who valued friendship and righteousness, so he would definitely make a good choice. Sure enough, Yuan Jiezi had been silent, and his eyes were also filled with coldness. He naturally knew that City Lord Xiao was harming him, but the god had issued an order. If he disobeyed, it was equivalent to resisting the god. It didn't matter if he was alone, but these juniors were all from Heaven Gate Academy. Because they believed in him, they followed him in an attempt to make a name for themselves. Now, how could he implicate these juniors? Moreover, even if he left, where could he go? The 9 prefectures was a world of gods. I promise you. Thinking of this, Yuan Air finally walked out. Senior Yuejie. The crowd immediately roared. They wanted to stop Yuan Jie, but they did not dare to. I will take responsibility for my own actions. I hope City Lord Xiao can let them go. Yuan Air ignored the people's worries and walked towards City Lord Xiao step by step. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. City Lord Xiao nodded faintly and walked forward step by step. Terrifying realm essence energy gushed out from his body like a torrential river. Behind him, an ancient city wall appeared. It was pitch black and emitted a pressure that could crush one's soul. A 10th grade ultimate desolate body. One had to know that in the final world's 36 main cities, each main city's city lord was an independent character. City Lord Xiao was one, and so was Zhangqiri of Snow City. I'm sorry. You and I have worked together for so many years, and I don't want to see you die. However, this is the fate of a god. Arriving in front of Yuan Air, City Lord Xiao looked down at him. Next, he stretched out his palm, and his entire arm turned pitch black. Then he grabbed at Yuan Air's chest, trying to grab his heart. Bang. However, at this moment, an arm suddenly arrived and grabbed City Lord Zhao's wrist, making it difficult for his palm to move an inch further. This sudden change caused the entire city to fall silent. People looked in disbelief at the blue-robed youth standing beside Yuan Air. At this moment, he stretched out one hand and blocked City Lord Zhao's attack. One had to know that City Lord Xiao was a late-stage martial god expert. And City Lord Zhao's expression was cold. Looking at the palm that grabbed his wrist, he was surprised. This person's strength was not weak at all. Sir, do you know what you are doing? He could not help but look up. Yuan Air in front of him also looked up because he was also surprised that someone would come to save him. Both of them looked at the person who had come, and he looked very young. He was dressed in a clean robe and carried a big sword on his back. His long hair was tied behind his head, and he looked extremely handsome. However, they suddenly stared at that person's face, and then their hearts jumped at the same time. You are Lin Ling? Then the same words floated out at the same time, and their expressions instantly became very interesting. The young man in front of them in high spirits smiled and nodded. It seems that after 10 years, you still remember me. This sentence was also a confirmation. It made the eyes of the city lord and the deputy city lord widen. Their thoughts seemed to have returned to 10 years ago. At that time, because the young man had destroyed a god, he became a wanted criminal and was chased by the Empress. Although they tried their best to rush out of Heaven Pass City, they all felt that the young man's fate was to be captured. However, in just 10 short years, the young man was still alive and had returned. City Lord Xiao, in the past, I couldn't break your defense, so it was difficult for me to get out of the city. Then, I'll come again today. Lin Ling also looked at City Lord Xiao. After he finished speaking, he let go of City Lord Zhao's hand. Then, his right hand bloomed with a dazzling red color, and he slapped towards City Lord Xiao. Harden! Seeing this, City Lord Xiao also shouted in a low voice. Boom! That slap landed on City Lord Zhao's chest, making a dull sound. A terrifying wave of air swept out in all directions with the three of them as the center. It's Lin Ling, he's still alive. The people in the city also seemed to have been struck by lightning because they all remembered what happened 10 years ago. However, they did not expect that Lin Ling would return, and in such a manner. He's courting death. He escaped last time, and he still dares to come back today. However, an old man immediately roared. Last time, if someone had not helped Lin Ling would not have been able to do anything to City Lord Xiao. He would have been blocked like a stray dog. Today, could it be that there was still someone who helped Lin Ling? Compared to last time, you're much stronger. You actually gave birth to a divine force. At this moment, City Lord Xiao lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a palm on his chest, and because of the terrifying power, a green smoke filled the air. But this is not enough to defeat me. City Lord Xiao then raised his head and looked at Lin Ling coldly. He was surprised. Last time, Lin Ling did his best and could not hurt him. However, this time, he felt that Lin Ling's attack had become stronger, and even he was implicated. And it had only been 10 years. However, was it as simple as being implicated? I forgot to say, my attack is not over yet. Lin Ling said coldly. He stretched out his left hand, and a yellow light bloomed, and a Sanskrit sound floated out. Boom! This palm slapped out, and it was after the palm of the right hand. However, a terrifying power finally erupted. Two divine forces. Chapter 4038. 10 years, everyone had a whole new level of respect for him. Two strands of divine power. One should know that among the current martial god realm experts, many did not have divine power. Those who had one strand of divine power were already the best among the martial gods. And Lin Ling had two strands. What's going on? Everyone finally sensed the terrifying power erupting, and all of their faces changed in horror. They stared at City Lord Xiao, and then someone let out a sigh of relief. Because the black wall behind City Lord Xiao was still blooming with black light, and it was unparalleled. Kakaka. However, before they could relax for long, the city wall started to crack and then exploded under countless gazes. After that, City Lord Xiao was blasted away like a cannonball. Rumble. This backward flight, flat on the ground, instantly penetrated countless buildings in the city, shocking the entire city. Such a weak tortoise shell, I didn't even use my full strength, and you flew out. At the same time, Lin Ling retracted his palms and shook his head helplessly. Such words undoubtedly made the entire city even more silent. The Yuan heir looked up at Lin Ling in disbelief. The former newcomer king's power had been unsealed? Boom. However, at this time, there was a roar in the distance, and then everyone saw a huge black wall on the ground, rumbling. On top of the huge wall, an ancient bell appeared, and it emitted a shocking bell sound. Door God 9 Classics. This was a powerful superpower that City Lord Xiao had obtained on the 7th level of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace, which corresponded to his talent and complemented each other. According to legend, this superpower was from the ancient era of the gods. The huge wall was like a life harvester, and wherever it passed, everything on the ground was destroyed. It seemed that City Lord Xiao wanted to kill Lin Ling here. Lin Ling, this time, how are you going to escape? Previously, being sent flying by Lin Ling was undoubtedly a great humiliation to City Lord Xiao, so he did not hold back now. This time? Please, if my power hadn't been sealed last time, do you think I would be afraid of you? Upon hearing this, Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. His talents began to fuse. Behind him, countless tentacles appeared. Then, with a stomp of his foot, the dazzling tentacles slammed into the ancient city wall. You! The city wall also let out a cold voice. Boom! Lin Ling's fist arrived. At present, he had already fused all of his innate talents together. Moreover, the two divine embryos had also fused together. However, the lightning divine embryos were somewhat incompatible with the flame of the human monarch, so the power displayed was not very strong. But it was enough to shock everyone. because people saw that the huge wall was actually blocked by Lin Ling with a single punch. One man and one wall stood against each other as equals. Last time, the power of my realm essence was sealed. This time, I'll seal the power of my physical body to fight you. Lin Ling let out a fierce shout. All the repressed emotions he had endured for the past 10 years seemed to have been completely released at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. He looked at the ancient city wall in front of him. His fists were like meteors as he continuously bombarded it. Moreover, the Bodhi testimony divine art was blooming in his fists, and the realm essence of his 6 stanchions was also converging. He punched out again and again, and the wall actually began to retreat. Everyone was tongue-tied. 10 years ago, Lin Ling couldn't break City Lord Zhao's defense. Although his realm essence was sealed at that time, everyone thought that even if Lin Ling's realm essence wasn't sealed, he still wouldn't be able to touch City Lord Zhao. But now, it seemed that reality was completely different from their imagination. Didn't you stop me last time? Why are you retreating now? Lin Ling became fiercer as he fought. In the end, golden flames began to appear on his arms. Lord's Flame. This flame merged with the Bodhi testimony divine art, and the power of God reached as many as 4. Rumble. With the addition of the human king's flame, every time Lin Ling punched, a crack would appear on the huge city wall. In the end, the door god Jiodian was also forcefully blown apart by Lin Ling. Moreover, he used a simple and crude method to blow it apart. Because, in terms of talent, Lin Ling surpassed City Lord Zhao by too much. In terms of power of God, Lin Ling also greatly surpassed him. In terms of realm essence, the fusion of Lin Ling's 6 stanchions was only slightly weaker than City Lord Zhao. Door God Great Seal. However, although the huge and ancient city wall had completely exploded, a violent roar came from within it. Black light lingered around Lin Ling, and countless bricks also circled around Lin Ling. Above Lin Ling's head, a black ancient bell actually appeared and slowly pressed down. However, looking at its slow speed, it had already locked onto Lin Ling. Rumble. In the end, the ancient bell smashed down, causing the ground to explode, leaving only a huge ancient bell standing between heaven and earth. It's over. Everyone was so shocked that they could not stand still, and could only float in the air as they stared at the center of the city. Crackle. However, at this moment, endless white lightning spewed out from the bottom of the ancient bell in all directions. The area around the ancient bell instantly turned into a forbidden land of lightning. Rumble. The ancient bell also began to shake violently, as if the monster trapped inside was about to be dragged out. This Lin Ling can still fight? Everyone watched this scene with their mouths agape, and in their hearts, they already regarded Lin Ling as a monster. Look, there are flames within the lightning. At this moment, someone roared again, because at the bottom of the ancient bell, rolling flames were also burning and spewing out from the bottom of the ancient bell. Heaven Pass City, at this moment, seemed to have turned into a city of fire. At the same time, an unparalleled majesty appeared, and that was the power of the divine fetus. It was as if a god had descended. At the same time, the flames and lightning under the ancient bell rolled like a storm, and under countless shocked gazes, they rose up and turned into 2 huge gods. These gods glared at the ground, then raised their palms and slapped at the ancient bell on the ground. The 2 palms were formed by golden flames and white lightning, and they contained terrifying power. Boom! The moment he slapped down, cracks finally appeared on the huge ancient bell. Then, as if someone had forcefully torn it apart, it exploded in all directions. From within, a figure slowly walked out, with endless tentacles behind him, shocking everyone's eyes. Plop! In the sky, from the broken ancient bell, a figure fell down, and after landing on the ground, he spat out blood crazily. City Lord Zhao. City Lord Zhao's people, at this moment, all of them anxiously shouted. In the past, City Lord Zhao alone blocked Lin Ling, and today, Lin Ling alone broke through City Lord Zhao's defense. In 10 years, they had a whole new level of respect for him. Lin Ling. Chapter 4039. Sending charcoal in the snow was better than icing on the cake. Moreover, he knew that the thunder god and flame god that had rushed out earlier were Lin Ling's talents fighting against his own. Obviously, he had failed. How could he fight against two divine embryos? Back then, did I underestimate him? Looking at the godlike youth in front of him, City Lord Xiao muttered to himself, recalling everything that had happened. It was like a dream. 10 years ago, although Lin Ling had escaped, he had single-handedly stopped Lin Ling. This had spread throughout the final world, and all the city lords looked at City Lord Xiao with reverence. After all, everyone knew that Lin Ling was the newcomer king and a great figure from the god-slaying army. To be able to stop him was a matter of pride and honor. Therefore, for the past 10 years, City Lord Xiao had been complacent, and that battle was the pride of his life. But today he finally knew. In that battle 10 years ago, he had actually taken advantage of Lin Ling. If not for the fact that Lin Ling's power had not been sealed, how could he have been a match for Lin Ling with his two divine embryos? Do you know the difference between us now? While he was thinking, Lin Ling had already appeared in front of him, looking down at him. Although I've heard of two divine embryos, only when I've personally faced them can I know how terrifying they are. City Lord Xiao raised his head and said word by word. Then he saw Lin Ling's cold smile. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Although you're back, you're definitely not any better than me. Because there are many people who want to catch you. When the time comes, you'll definitely be miserable. Thank you for your concern, but unfortunately, you won't be able to see that moment." Lin Ling finally spoke. He raised his foot high, and it looked like a dragon's claw. "In the past, I had no enmity with you, but you insisted on stopping me. Today, it can be considered karma payback. Oh right, I suddenly remembered that you have a son, right? I'll send both of you on your way." After saying that, Lin Ling's foot heavily stomped down. There were lightning and flames on the sole of his foot, and it looked like the claws of a thunder dragon and a flame dragon. Boom! When it smashed into the ground, the entire city shook. It was as if Heaven Pass City was about to be shaken off the ground. Looking at City Lord Xiao again, he had already been trampled into nothingness. There was also a huge footprint on the ground. It was likely that even after millions of years, this footprint would not disappear. Dead. City Lord Xiao is dead. Witnessing this earth-shattering scene with their own eyes, many people's hearts began to beat wildly. No one thought that Lin Ling would be so crazy. After returning, he immediately killed City Lord Xiao with the momentum of a violent storm. Throughout the entire process, City Lord Xiao did not have any strength to resist at all. Is this the newcomer king from 10 years ago? His full strength is too terrifying. The Yuan heir was also floating in the sky, his expression extremely solemn. Back then, the reason why he had helped Lin Ling was because he felt that Lin Ling dared to take responsibility for his actions. He was able to fearlessly slay the deities. This magnanimous personality of his made him admire him, so he wanted to befriend him. But now, he realized that an unintentional action back then had actually helped him today. "Thank you. I, Lin Ling, still remember your kindness back then." While the Yuan heir was still in shock, Lin Ling also floated into the sky, then cupped his hands and said to the Yuan heir, "You're too kind, because I didn't help you at all back then. The one who helped you was Longyang." The Yuan heir suddenly said with a wry smile, "You're the one who's being polite, because if it weren't for your notice, I wouldn't have known that the arrest warrant had been issued back then. Based on this, I, Lin Ling, owe you a favor." However, Lin Ling shook his head and said with a smile, "But that's just a small favor. It's not worth it for you to take action for me and even kill City Lord Xiao. City Lord Xiao has the life of a deity. Killing him is tantamount to offending a deity." Hearing this, the Yuan heir was moved because Lin Ling was just as he had imagined. He was a sentimental person who could go straight to the root of the problem and resist a deity for the sake of friendship. However, he was also very worried about Lin Ling, and when he thought of how he had implicated Lin Ling, he also felt guilty. "You're thinking too much. Firstly, even if I didn't kill him, some deities wouldn't let me go." Seeing the Yuan heir's guilty look, Lin Ling smiled again. "Secondly, although it's precious to add flowers to brocade, Providing help in a time of need is the real test of true friendship. Although you didn't help me much, you did provide help in a time of need. Providing help in a time of need. The Yuan heir recalled Lin Ling's words, and then his heart trembled. He looked at Lin Ling with even more gratitude. Next, you'll come with me. This Heaven Pass city is the territory of a deity after all. It's not under the control of the people behind me. However, if you follow me, I promise that you can achieve great things. How about that? Then Lin Ling looked at the Yuan heir and said. Hearing this, the Yuan heir immediately looked at the battered ancient city below and smiled bitterly. I'm considered loyal to the Heaven Pass city. However, when I was wronged, other than my people, no one else stood up. Forget it, the Heaven Pass city doesn't belong to me after all. Lin Ling, I'll go with you. That's good. Lin Ling immediately nodded. The Yuan heir was not weak. If he joined the Godslayer Alliance, he would definitely achieve great things and become one of the leaders. Let's go, let's leave this place. Without any intention of staying, Lin Ling left with the Yuan heir and the others under countless shocked gazes. Along the way, there were many experts from the Heaven Pass Academy. These experts were undoubtedly very excited. After all, they also knew who they were following. He was the newcomer king from 10 years ago, the terrifying guy who had once killed a deity. You can't leave. You killed City Lord Xiao. If the higher-ups ask, how can we explain it? However, at this moment, an angry voice suddenly sounded. An old man appeared in the sky with a large number of people, looking at Lin Ling angrily. After the death of City Lord Xiao, their status had definitely plummeted. Even if there was a new city lord, he might not put them in an important position. Lin Ling and the others were stunned. Then they looked at this group of people mockingly. Lin Ling could naturally see that the old man seemed to be very angry. Therefore, he was so angry that he had lost his mind. Lin Ling, you have to give us an explanation. Otherwise, you really can't leave. Indeed, the old man was so angry that he had lost his mind. Don't worry. Since I killed City Lord Xiao, I definitely won't drag you down. I will give you an explanation. Lin Ling immediately nodded. That's good. You'd better stay and wait for the deity's people to come. Then, you have to bear everything on your shoulders and prove something for us. It's best to say that we've done our best. In this way, the deity won't blame us and will let us continue to be in charge of this city. Hearing this, the old man and the others were overjoyed, especially the old man. He suddenly thought that if City Lord Xiao was dead, then he would also have a chance to become the city lord. The explanation I'll give you is death. Because after death, you won't have to fear the deity. Chapter 40. Wait my ass. Explanation? These people actually dared to think of such a thing. Were they mad? Stop. Lin Ling's words undoubtedly broke the old man's beautiful dream. Each of them looked at Lin Ling angrily. Lin Ling wanted to kill them? Previously, they all thought that in the final world, no one could be killed, so they subconsciously raised the condition. However, they forgot that Lin Ling had already killed City Lord Xiao, so what was there to be afraid of? Killing one more was still killing. Killing dozens more was still killing. Wait, hurry! The old man seemed to have reacted and anxiously waved his hand. However, Lin Ling had already made his move and killed them all without any hesitation. Wait a minute? Wait my ass. Swoosh, swoosh. With a wave of his sleeve, the inheritance nether sword floated out from Lin Ling's back and shot towards the group of people. As City Lord Zhao's people, the old man and the others were naturally not weak, so they frantically resisted. However, when the inheritance nether sword was drawn and burned, the divine power finally erupted. Divine power. Currently, only City Lord Xiao possessed it in Heaven Pass City. The others were still on the path of searching for this mysterious power, so they were all killed by Lin Ling's sword. Wait! The old man shouted before he died, his eyes bloodshot. He wanted Lin Ling to hold back, but it was useless. A sword pierced through his chest, causing him to fall from the sky. On the ground, the people looked at the dead people and couldn't help but sigh. Originally, Lin Ling's group was prepared to leave Heaven Pass City, but the old man shouted at Lin Ling, demanding an explanation from Lin Ling. Wasn't this seeking his own death? In a short period of time, The people who tried to force Lin Ling to give an explanation were all dead. This also shocked many people. 10 years ago, Lin Ling needed to hide in Heaven Pass City, but now he was killing everywhere. Who dared to not obey him? Umph. In the sky, Lin Ling snorted coldly. His majesty was extremely strong. Then, he said to the people beside him, "Brother Wudi, find the son of City Lord Xiao and kill him." Sir. Before Brother Wudi and the others could speak, those experts who had been assimilated by the human monarch's flame immediately accepted the order and left. City Lord Zhao's son was the first person to stop Lin Ling back then. Originally, after he lost to Lin Ling, he should have let Lin Ling go, but in the end, he went back on his word. Lin Ling obviously didn't give any face to such a person. After all, he didn't have any enmity with the Xiao family. They were the ones who provoked him first, Lin Ling. Next, Lin Ling left Heaven Pass City with Yuan Jie and the others and headed towards Snow City. The only thing Lin Ling needed to do now was to find the old woman and ask how to meet Lei Gong. Most importantly, most of Luli Empress's people had left the final world. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of those who remained. If he could meet Lei Gong, then he, Lin Ling, could also rise in the final world. Newcomer King Lin Ling from 10 years ago is finally back. Yes, this person is amazing. Back then, he defeated Long Yang and became the #1 newcomer king. He even killed martial god Wen Tian and caused a huge wave in the final world. In these 10 years, he disappeared and now, he's finally back. I'm afraid the final world is going to change. Looking at the young man who left, the people also began to discuss with solemn expressions. Lin Ling obviously didn't know about their conversation. At this moment, he was leading Yuan Jie forward. Behind Yuan Jie, many students of Heaven Pass Academy looked at Lin Ling with excitement. Obviously, they had also heard of Lin Ling's legend and knew that Lin Ling had a certain background in the final world. If they could follow Lin Ling today, they would definitely be able to make a name for themselves. I didn't expect Senior Yuan Jie to know Lin Ling TSK, the newcomer king from 10 years ago. I missed the battle of the Phoenix Emperor Spring. But after that, I heard about it in all the major cities. Lin Ling became the most terrifying newcomer king in the history of the 36 academies. Even martial god Wen Tian died in his hands. How can he not be terrifying? The students were all looking forward to it. These guys. Yuan Jie walked side by side with Lin Ling naturally. He heard the conversation of the juniors behind him and shook his head helplessly. Lin Ling, these juniors of mine think of you as the most outstanding newcomer king in the history of the 36 academies. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and smiled. It's just luck. Hearing this, Lin Ling also smiled casually. At this moment, his eyes were focused on the front, guarding against any unexpected incidents. Naturally, he didn't have time to care about the admiration of those behind him. This is not luck. Yuan Jie shook his head and said, Long Yang was so powerful back then. She had defeated many experts in the strongest circle of the Divine Three Halls. However, you are more powerful than Long Yang. You won without a fight at the Phoenix Emperor Spring. This shows the gap between you and Long Yang. Therefore, you are the most outstanding newcomer king in history. This is not an undeserved reputation. As for the current newcomer king, he's only good at talking. He can't compare to you at all. It was obvious that Yuan Jie's words were from the bottom of his heart. Although Lin Ling had left the final world for 10 years, Yuan Jie knew that in the first 3 years after the battle at the Phoenix Emperor Spring, the most popular story in the entire final world was Lin Ling's story. It was extremely rare in the final world for a story to be circulated for 3 years. One had to know that the experts in the final world were like carps crossing the river. If you were strong today, it would be your turn in the future. There was nothing that could be circulated for 3 years. However, it was a pity that after 3 years, people began to gradually forget about Lin Ling, unless someone deliberately brought up that matter in advance. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't care about such an undeserved reputation at all. He asked, Yuan Jie, are you interested in joining the God-Slayer Alliance? God-Slayer Alliance? Yuan Jie didn't care at first, but then his expression changed drastically. You mean that mysterious God-Slayer Alliance? The overlord with hundreds of leaders? Of course I'm interested. However, do you have any connections? It was obvious that he was getting excited. Godslayer Alliance. The people behind him also narrowed their eyes and spoke at the same time. Currently, the Godslayer Alliance had an illustrious reputation in the 9 states. It was an up-and-coming overlord that was as famous as the Tiandi League. It was a huge force that dared to go against the new Heavenly Court and the Duan clan. Not only did this huge force have many people, but they also had many leaders. Moreover, each of them was extremely powerful. Because the Godslayer Alliance was also a gathering place for hot-blooded youths, many youths had wanted to join the Godslayer Alliance. However, without a referral, they couldn't enter the Godslayer Alliance at all. After all, according to the rumors, the Godslayer Alliance was extremely loyal. This also meant that those who weren't on their side couldn't join the Godslayer Alliance. Oh, the Godslayer Alliance is so famous? Chapter 40-41. A big riot. Of course, but the Godslayer Alliance's assessment is very strict, unless you know the leader. Yuan Air nodded and said with a yearning look. This reminded Lin Ling of the past. At that time, when he had just joined the Godslayer Alliance, he had also gone through the assessment. Then Lin Ling touched his nose. He wanted to say that he was the big leader, but on second thought, the so-called big leader was actually in the ancient dragon wasteland. In Jiuzhou, young Demon Master was the #1 leader. Therefore, Lin Ling said with a smile, I know the leader, so I'll say something. You guys don't have to go through the assessment. Yes. Yuan Air and the rest were shocked. If they could join the Godslayer Alliance, they would definitely be able to make a big career out of it. It was much better than being a small deputy city lord in Heaven Pass City. Lin Ling, you're not lying to me, right? However, Yuan Air was still in disbelief. This was because the leader of the Godslayer Alliance was a mystery. Not many people knew about it. Yuan Air, for example, had been guarding Heaven Pass City for many years. Every year, a large number of people entered and left the border, but he still didn't know the leader of the Godslayer Alliance. However, Lin Ling knew the leader? Lie to you? Lin Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly. Not only did he know the leader, but many of the leaders had to listen to his orders. Don't worry. Since I've promised you, I'll definitely bring you into the Godslayer Alliance. Also, I can guarantee that Yuan Air, you'll become a leader. Lin Ling said confidently. Ah. Yuan Air and the rest were stunned. Lin Ling was so confident? They were obviously doubtful about this matter. However, they didn't think too much about it. As long as they could join the Godslayer Alliance, they would be fine. Not long after, Brother Woody and the rest also caught up. Then, everyone rushed in the direction of Snow-Blowing City. The news of Lin Ling's appearance was like a rolling snowball, quietly spreading to every city in the final world. Lin Ling? Who the hell is that? Why do I keep hearing the name Lin Ling recently? The newcomer king from 10 years ago. Of course, you wouldn't be surprised if I said he was the newcomer king, but let me tell you, Lin Ling once killed Martial God Wen Tian. It's him. Isn't he dead? Who knows? However, there are currently all kinds of rumors. I heard that he has returned, and the news came from Heaven Pass City. The news spread like wildfire. In the end, the world's 36 main cities and 72 secondary cities seemed to have changed. As for the faraway Qingzhou, a large number of experts also received the news. Lin Ling is in the final world? Damn it, we've been fooled. This is a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Immediately inform the experts of the final world. We must stop Lin Ling from returning to Snow-Blowing City. Fortunately, although Lin Ling is cautious, he still leaked the news. With only Lin Ling, he can't return to Snow City. Those experts were furious at first, but then they all sneered. Although they were wary of Lin Ling, it was not to the extent that they feared him. Because in the past 10 years, some people had asked Luli Empress how Lin Ling had killed Martial God Wen Tian. The Empress' answer was that it was a treasure. Of course, a treasure that could kill a martial god. Regarding this, people were also very frightened. However, Luli Empress' next answer finally made people relax. Lin Ling had used up all the treasures he had. Otherwise, Why would he have run away for the past 10 years? And this was also the reason why they were not afraid of Lin Ling. In their opinion, Lin Ling did not have those treasures that could kill a martial god. At best, he was just a martial god with good strength. Lin Ling is so stupid. He disappeared for 10 years. Why did he come back? Let's go and catch him. Next, those experts immediately set off to return to the final world. At this moment, in the distant void, an old woman was fishing in front of a clear pool. However, although she seemed to be sitting quietly, in fact, everything that happened in the final world could not escape her eyes. Bastard, this Lin Ling went to Heaven Pass City. She shouted angrily. Then, she immediately notified the experts in the major cities to stop Lin Ling. Want to return to Snow City? Dream on. Because of Lin Ling, undercurrents were surging in the final world. Although Luli Empress's people did not dominate the entire final world, she was still one of the 10 martial gods and the leader of the 10 martial gods. Therefore, there were many people who could be summoned by her. Moreover, the Duan clan had also received the news. Duan, my martial god, had also directly issued an order for the experts of the Duan clan to stop Lin Ling. Their Duan clan did not need to defeat Lin Ling. They only needed to entangle Lin Ling. If they waited until Luli Empress appeared, then Lin Ling would not be able to escape. Ancestor, I heard that Lin Ling has returned? After Duan Wuhan returned to the final world from the Daluo Heaven Realm, he immediately received the news. Then, he looked at Duan, my martial god, with anticipation and said, I will personally stop him. 10 years. He had waited for Lin Ling for 10 years. He had always wanted to take revenge and wash away the humiliation. Therefore, in these 10 years, he had worked hard to cultivate and his strength had greatly increased. He believed that Lin Ling, who was fleeing outside, was definitely not as good as him. Now, Duan Wuhan had greatly surpassed him. After all, how could cultivating outside compare to the final world? Wuhan, the grudge between you and Lin Ling should be settled. This time, you must stop Lin Ling. Remember, don't kill him. Leave him to Luli Empress and do her a favor. Seeing Duan Wuhan's boiling fighting spirit, the Duan, my martial god, felt gratified. The successor of their Duan clan had finally grown up. Men, sound the war drums and send my Duan clan sons to battle. Then, the Duan, my martial god, shouted at the vast Duan clan. The entire Duan clan was suddenly bustling with noise and excitement. The people of the Duan clan were boiling with excitement because they knew what young Master Wuhan was going to do. If this matter was successful, the Duan clan would once again be famous in the final world. This trip, we will definitely return with a great victory. Sensing the anticipation of the Duan clan's bloodline, Duan Wuhan's blood was boiling and his heart was filled with heroism. Then, he wore the majestic armor of the Duan clan and led a large number of experts to stop Lin Ling. The same thing happened on the other side. A large number of experts from the new heavenly court were also dispatched and rushed in the direction of Snow-Blowing City. Everyone was trying to stop Lin Ling from entering the city. With a large number of experts moving out, the final world was in a complete uproar. On the road to Snow-Blowing City, the wind and clouds were rolling. TSK, so many experts have been dispatched. What happened? These people seem to want to catch Lin Ling. Luli Empress's appeal is too terrifying, but this Lin Ling is also terrifying. After disappearing for so long, his return has caused a great turmoil in the final world. Chapter 40-42. Legendary. In the distant sky, Lin Ling and the others turned into rainbows and shot forward. Lin Ling, it seems that more and more people are gathering here. However, even Yuan Air and the others could sense the oppressive atmosphere and the dense aura that appeared from time to time in the distance. Yes, the storm is finally here. Lin Ling did not slow down at all. He was not surprised by this scene because there were too many spies in the final world. As long as Lin Ling appeared, there would definitely be people watching him. Fortunately, he had already led more experts to Qingzhou. Otherwise, the number of experts he was facing now would be twice as many. The storm is here? Yuan Air and the others narrowed their eyes and immediately thought of the arrest warrant from 10 years ago. This meant that Luli Empress's people were here. Are you guys scared? Just as they were surprised, Lin Ling suddenly looked over with a smile. We are. Yuan Air and the others' faces changed. In fact, they wanted to say that they were not scared, but that would be a lie. This was because they saw that not only had the sky and earth in front of them become extremely gloomy, but the aura of an advanced stage martial god was also spreading out. How could they not be afraid of such a battle? If you are scared, you guys can leave first. Seeing that they were hesitating, Lin Ling smiled and said. After he finished speaking, he sped up and leaped forward. I can't deny that I am scared, but that doesn't mean that I will retreat. However, at this moment, Yuan Air suddenly said in a low voice. Then he caught up with Lin Ling and said, I heard that the God Slayer Alliance was able to stand on top of Jiuzhou not because of their strength, but because of their fearless fighting spirit. Since I am going to join the God Slayer Alliance, then I will also give it my all, as a sign of my allegiance. Senior Yuan Air. Hearing Yuan Air's words, the juniors behind him all changed their expressions. Then, they all gritted their teeth and said, let's do it as a sign of our allegiance. Damn it, even Brother Wudi is not afraid. How can I be afraid? They all rushed towards Lin Ling. On the other hand, Lin Ling noticed the change behind him as well, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Actually, he wasn't worried about the situation before him at all because he was prepared for it. However, he did not tell Yuan Air and the others that this was also Lin Ling's test for them. Fortunately, Lin Ling did not misjudge him. Brother Lin Ling, I will fight with you. This time, I will escort you back to Snow-Blowing City. Brother Wudi and the others had been following behind Lin Ling the whole time. Not only were they not afraid, their blood was boiling. This was because they knew that by following Lin Ling, their names would inevitably shake the final world. Perhaps the price of this fame would be death, but they still chose to fight. After all, a famous figure like Lin Ling would not be able to follow him every time. Therefore, this was also an opportunity. If they missed it, there would be no more. Milord. As for those warriors who had been assimilated by Lin Ling, needless to say, they were all guarding by Lin Ling's side. The aura in front was even stronger. In the sky, on the ground, and on the grassland, a large number of experts had gathered at this moment. Some came to watch a good show. Some of them were here to stop Lin Ling. That's Lin Ling. However, after the blue and white robe appeared in the sky, everyone was subconsciously shocked. The figure whose name shook the final world 10 years ago was finally seen again today. His temperament is indeed extraordinary. He's a dragon among men. Someone muttered to himself. In the hearts of many people, the blue-robed man was also an ambitious and ruthless existence. He had been recognized in the final world, and no one dared to underestimate him. Even in the strongest circle of the Divine Three Halls, there was a place for the newcomer king, Lin Ling. That's Lin Ling. On the grassland, many girls from the academy quietly appeared there, witnessing the legend from 10 years ago. So cool. A girl's heart beat violently. Because they had admired him for a long time, after witnessing it with their own eyes, their hearts also jumped. He's really outstanding. Look at the people behind Lin Ling. Those people are like his subordinates, following him loyally. Lin Ling is so domineering. Another girl said, her eyes already filled with stars. However, in the sky, Lin Ling ignored everyone's gazes. He was still like a meteor, shooting into the distance. Lin Ling, I finally see you. At this moment, a roar exploded in the sky like a thunder god. Then, a large number of experts appeared. They were all wearing armor and riding divine horses, majestically blocking the sky in front of them. The Duan family. Among these experts, a dazzling flag fluttered in the wind, causing countless people's eyes to narrow. Isn't the leader the #1 genius of the Duan family, Duan Wuhan? It's him. I heard that he has a grudge with Lin Ling. I didn't expect him to be the first to stop Lin Ling. If Lin Ling is stopped by him, then when more experts arrive, Lin Ling will definitely not be able to go back. Duan Wuhan, the strongest expert in the Shunsan Hall. In the past 10 years, he has rushed to the 190th place on the stairway to heaven on the divine list. Maybe he has surpassed Lin Ling. It's hard to say, but it's undeniable that this battle will be wonderful. Everyone was excited, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be boiling. Because, to be able to trigger such a battle under the eyes of the gods, such a battle would definitely spread throughout the 36 main cities. Those who witnessed it would also have supreme honor. Duan Wuhan. At the same time, Lin Ling also saw Duan Wuhan riding a white horse in the distance, which made him smile. Because at this moment, Duan Wuhan was very awe-inspiring. With a white armor and a long spear in his hand, he was like a divine general. Lin Ling, long time no see. However, compared to Lin Ling's indifference, Duan Wuhan was very excited. He was so excited that he was trembling. Because the battle to wash away the shame was about to begin. He, Duan Wuhan, would also defeat Lin Ling under the eyes of countless people. Long time no see? Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Didn't they meet not long ago in the Daluo Heaven realm? This time I'll see how you escape. Then, Duan Wuhan couldn't bear it anymore. He clamped his mount and galloped toward Lin Ling. Moreover, the long spear in his hand was pointed at Lin Ling, and it was trembling. It was a tremor of excitement. In his mind, he was already thinking about how to defeat Lin Ling. Use the spear to knock him over? It seemed impossible. After all, his spear was just for show. Stimulate the bloodline. That's right, let's surprise Lin Ling a little. Duan Wuhan was obviously very proud. Because, not only had he reached the 4th level of the martial god realm, he had even given birth to 2 strands of divine power, and this was his capital. Although he knew that Lin Ling had a divine fetus, his divine power was not for show. Wasn't there such a saying? Chapter 40-43. You think you're worthy? What if I unleash 2 at once? Or just 1? Forget it, for the sake of my pride, I'll go all out this time. With an excited smile, Duan Wuhan was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. Sir, I'll do it. The powerhouses beside Lin Ling immediately volunteered. No need, I'll do it myself. However, Lin Ling refused. Not only did he not slow down, but he even sped up. The 2 figures approached from afar, as if they were about to go head-to-head. They're about to clash. I wonder who's stronger. Judging from the momentum, it seems to be Duan Wuhan. However, Lin Ling can't be underestimated either. After all, he was the newcomer king back then. Interesting. This trip wasn't in vain. The onlookers were also excited at this moment. In the sky, Lin Ling and Duan Wuhan were less than 100 meters apart. However, at this moment, Lin Ling finally changed. His whole body turned pitch black, flames appeared on his shoulders, and endless tentacles appeared behind him. This was undoubtedly an eye-opener for many people. However, Duan Wuhan's pupils constricted, because he was too familiar with the person in front of him. Wasn't this Brother Ghost from the Daluo Sky realm? You are Brother Ghost? Duan Wuhan was a little dumbfounded. He knew that Brother Ghost was someone who had been called out by Taoist Duobao. There were only 2 people in the entire Daluo Sky realm who had such an honor. Both of them had monstrous strength and illustrious reputation. They were both Yuan venerates and martial gods. But now Brother Ghost was Lin Ling? In the void, Brother Ghost was ruthless and didn't talk much. This had spread throughout the Daluo Sky realm, so even he thought that Brother Ghost was very ruthless. After all, Yuan venerates and martial gods had also suffered a great loss at his hands. So, you are Brother Ghost. Great, I didn't expect that Lin Ling would actually hide his identity in order to defeat me. Now, you're trying to catch me off guard and affect my state. The confidence in Duan Wuhan's heart was shaken. However, whether it was Brother Gue or Lin Ling, he still believed that he could win. Furthermore, he instantly realized that Lin Ling was hiding his identity to deal with him. Affect you? Lin Ling was still charging forward, but he was stunned. I didn't expect you, Lin Ling, to be so treacherous. Unfortunately, I saw through you. Duan Wuhan immediately sneered. He gathered all the strength in his body and finally arrived in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling, trash, you are no longer the newcomer king from 10 years ago. Now, you are afraid of me. You are afraid of me. In order to target me, you set up such a battle. You want to affect my state. Unfortunately, you will be disappointed. Heavenly Fate Wheel. Then, Duan Wuhan pointed his finger. The Fate Wheel appeared and absorbed endless vitality. A huge vortex appeared in the sky. And within this vortex, a ferocious strength constantly swallowed in and out. This was the power of divinity. And it was 2 strands of divinity. Perceiving the terrible fluctuations, many people's faces changed greatly. 2 strands of divinity, worthy of being the number 1 genius of the Duan family. Lin Ling frowned, but then he reacted. It seemed that Duan Wuhan recognized him, but Duan Wuhan thought that he was hiding his identity to deal with Duan Wuhan. Boom. At this moment, Lin Ling's talent fusion was somewhat similar to the Ghost Emperor of the Daluo Heaven Realm. No wonder Duan Wuhan recognized him. However, this time, Lin Ling did not attack. Instead, he resisted Duan Wuhan's 2 strands of divinity. The terrible fate will suddenly swept toward Lin Ling, as if to crush Lin Ling and swallow him. This drastic change immediately shocked everyone. Lin Ling was defeated? How is this possible? Someone frowned and said in disbelief. In their view, Lin Ling should be stronger than Duan Wuhan. Even if he couldn't defeat Duan Wuhan in a short period of time, Duan Wuhan would be defeated in the long run. But now Lin Ling was defeated in one move? In the Battle of the Phoenix Emperor Spring, Lin Ling only burst out with 1 strand of divinity, which came from the inheritance dark sword behind him. Duan Wuhan currently has 2 strands of divinity, so Lin Ling is not his opponent. This is also possible. Someone shook his head and said, this also showed that after 10 years, Lin Ling's strength had not improved much. On the contrary, Lin Ling's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, surpassing Lin Ling. Defeated? Ha! Looking at Lin Ling's defeat, Duan Wuhan was obviously very excited. He raised his hands to the sky and was elated. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. But soon he shook his head again. Alas, he was defeated. Is he dead? How can I explain this to the Empress? His face was full of regret, but everyone noticed that his words were full of disdain. Boom. However, at this moment, the fate wheel in front of him suddenly exploded. Endless thunderbolts and flames bloomed, forcibly bursting the fierce fate wheel. From within, a figure slowly walked out. 2 strands of divinity? This is your capital. The person who came out was none other than Lin Ling. The entire final world was earth-shattering at this moment, because many people saw that Lin Ling seemed to be safe and sound. Before this, Lin Ling did not have any defense at all. He just used his physical body to fight. How is this possible? Duan Wuhan's pupils also widened. 10 years was not a long time for an expert in the martial god realm. 1 secluded meditation was enough. Therefore, he estimated that in these short 10 years, even if Lin Ling's strength had improved, it would be limited. But now, Lin Ling resisted his 2 strands of divinity and was safe and sound. This meant that the gap between him and Lin Ling had not narrowed. On the contrary, the gap had widened. Just 2 strands of divinity. Is this the confidence of the number 1 genius of the Duan family? At this moment, Lin Ling walked step by step toward Duan Wuhan, his eyes cold. 2 strands of divinity were, in fact, extremely powerful. In the initial stage of the martial god realm, it was enough to stand out among the heroes. However, Lin Ling had a good opportunity. He had met an ancient deity and activated the Bodhi Testimony divine skill, which gave birth to 2 strands of divinity. Moreover, with the help of the divine treasure, he had created his own divine skill, Lord Flame, which gave birth to 2 more strands of divinity. Therefore, the number 1 genius of the Duan family was not a genius when compared with Lin Ling. Of course, the divine treasure was bought by Lin Ling at the cost of a large amount of golden fleeced flowers. Naturally, its power would not be weak. Impossible. Duan Wuhan was a little absent-minded. Then he suddenly gritted his teeth, gathered 2 more strands of divinity, and smashed them toward Lin Ling. 2 fate wheels appeared in his hands as if he controlled the fate of the world. Boom! His palms landed on Lin Ling's chest and a strong light bloomed. However, after a while, Lin Ling was still standing in the sky. 2 more fate wheels appeared in his chest, but they were disappearing quickly. Even flames and thunderbolts could be seen raging on the 2 fate wheels. Chapter 40-44. God's Mandate. Today, he represented the Duan family. Not only did he want to wash away the shame, but he also wanted to raise the Duan family's prestige. However, he seemed to have failed again. In 10 years, even if he had the full support of the Duan family, he still could not compare to Lin Ling, who was wandering outside. The number 1 genius of the Duan family? At this moment, Lin Ling spoke coldly, his words full of sarcasm. For better or worse, you are still a powerful genius from the final world, but this is your full power. Lin Ling took a step forward and looked down at Duan Wuhan as if he was looking down on him. Duan Wuhan's face was pale, and he could not speak. The originally awe-inspiring armor on his body had become much dimmer at this moment. In 10 years, you have grown to this level. Lin Ling stepped forward again. This time, Duan Wuhan retreated, his body continued to tremble. You said that I hid my identity to target you, to take you by surprise and affect your condition? Lin Ling said again. These words also made Duan Wuhan's face turn green and red. He was so angry that his face contorted, because he also knew that such a powerful Lin Ling did not seem to have to hide anything in front of him. You deserve it. Lin Ling shouted again. In his hands, red and yellow light bloomed. His palms were like a Bodhi tree, landing heavily on Duan Wuhan's body. Duan Wuhan screamed. He flew backward like a meteor and smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. He was defeated in 1 move. On the other hand, Lin Ling's expression was cold as he leaped down and stomped his foot into the deep pit on the ground. Rumble! The soil suddenly tumbled like waves, and Duan Wuhan's screams came from it. Lin Ling sneered and appeared beside Duan Wuhan. His hands were behind his back, and his feet kept stomping. You deserve it? You deserve it? I, Lin Ling, don't need to use any tricks against you. With every stomp, Lin Ling said sarcastically. Stop. On the ground, Duan Wuhan screamed again and again. Not only had the shame of the past not weakened, but it had become even more intense. Stop it. Duan Wuhan's heart was filled with endless hatred. Why did he, the number 1 genius of the Duan clan, have to be repeatedly trampled under Lin Ling's feet? Didn't I stop now? However, Lin Ling stomped more and more viciously, making the earth rumble continuously. This scene also made people surprised and helpless. They were surprised that Lin Ling was so much stronger than Duan Wuhan. They were helpless because Duan Wuhan had asked Lin Ling to stop, but Lin Ling had always stopped. Even his hands were behind his back. It was just that he had been using his feet. Get lost. After stomping for a long time, Lin Ling lifted his foot and kicked Duan Wuhan away like a ball. This was not because Lin Ling did not want to kill him, but because Duan Wuhan was just an ant. Lin Ling did not care about him at all. Young master. Those people of the Duan clan hurriedly caught Duan Wuhan and then looked at Lin Ling with grief and indignation. Sadly, young master Duan Wuhan was still not Lin Ling's opponent. What made him angry was that Lin Ling had actually stepped on their young master's face forcefully in public. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not pay attention to them at all. He flew into the sky again, and then flew away with Yuan Jie and the others. You can't go. Seeing that Lin Ling wanted to leave after stepping on Duan Wuhan, the masters of the Duan clan were all furious. Then they blocked the sky in front of them, and their aura rolled out. Get lost. However, Lin Ling looked at the strong people in front of him and did not move at all. He just shouted. Crackle. The formless power was like a thunderbolt that bloomed in the sky, causing everyone from the Duan clan to tremble. They subconsciously made way for him. They did not know why they made way for him, but they knew that the imposing manner that they had forced out before could not resist Lin Ling at all. They obviously did not know that the reason for all this was the defeat of Duan Wuhan. Their backbone had been defeated. What momentum did they have to speak of? Lin Ling is indeed a legend. Looking at the domineering Lin Ling, everyone's breathing froze because they seemed to have seen the return of the king. Who could stop him? Snow City is about to arrive. Passing through the crowd, Lin Ling kept moving forward, but in his eyes, the ancient city also appeared in his eyes. We're finally here, Lin Ling. Now that we've arrived at Snow City, do those strong people not dare to mess around? Yuan Air and the others suddenly became excited, but thinking back to the previous scene, they were also shocked. They never expected that Lin Ling's words would make those people of the Duan clan so scared that they made way for him. No one dared to stop him at all. Now, as long as they reached Snow City, they would be victorious. Lin Ling, I've been waiting for you for a long time. However, the people who blocked the last stage of Snow City finally appeared. These people were the people of the New Heavenly Court and Luli Empress. Among them, there were many city lords of the main cities. The strength of these city lords was stronger than that of City Lord Xiao. These people seemed to have been waiting for a long time, so they appeared from all over the place one after another. That terrible aura was like a wave, surging towards Lin Ling, making Lin Ling and the others all stop in their tracks. They looked ahead and there was a black mass of people. Lin Ling from Qingzhou came to the final world, entered Snow City, and became a student of the Snow Academy. However, you committed a heinous crime and violated the rules of the final world, killing 2 martial gods in a row. Now, under the orders of the gods, we're here to arrest you. As soon as Lin Ling and the others stopped, a majestic voice sounded in the sky, and then an ancient cloth appeared in the sky, sprinkling down endless majesty. The order of the gods. Looking at the majestic divine order in the sky, Yuan Air and the others finally changed their expressions. It was the Duan clan who stopped them before. Although the Duan clan was powerful, they were not gods. Now, it was gods who were dispatched, which meant that the gods only wanted to capture Lin Ling. Lin Ling, what else do you have to say? Then, a man slowly walked out from the endless powerhouses in front of him. Looking around him, there were 17 people who were dressed similarly to him. Lin Ling naturally recognized these people. They were the 18 weapons from back then. There's more than one god in this world. Lin Ling stared at the 18 people and then said coldly, "How dare you, Lin Ling?" At this moment, a neat, angry roar swept through the world, causing the wind and clouds in the sky to roll. This group of experts was extremely powerful, and most of them were in the late stage of the martial god realm. They were not students of the academy, and all of them were experts of the older generation. If you defy the orders of the gods, kill without mercy. Then, another cold roar sounded like the end of the world. Bang, bang, bang. Yuan Air and the others were all unsteady on their feet and frantically retreated. Brother Wudi and the others were pale and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. The aura of the experts in front was too terrifying, and they could not resist it at all. Pa. Lin Ling's strength was the strongest, so he still stood in the sky, but his robe was also fluttering in the wind. If you defy the orders, kill without mercy. Chapter 40-45. Turbulence. This also let Lin Ling know how terrifying the final world's foundation was. 10 years ago, he did not return to Snow City. That was the right choice. With his strength sealed back then, he could not stop these experts. Most importantly, Lin Ling estimated that these experts were only 1/3 of the experts. There were still 2/3 rushing back. A cold gust of wind swept across the world, making it seem as if the sky had lowered by a fraction. In the distant land, the grass danced wildly. People stood on the ground and looked into the distance. The oppressive sky in front of them made their hearts heavy, because they knew that the experts in front of them were here on the orders of the gods. In the final world, who could resist the gods? And in the rumors, Lin Ling's backer was not simple. But now his backer did not stand up. There was only one reason, and that was to give up on Lin Ling. But this was normal. After all, Lin Ling killed martial god Wen Tian and City Lord Xiao. He had already violated the rules of the gods. Look, the ghost cavalry is here too. At this moment, someone shouted in shock. In the distant sky, a large number of tall armored horses arrived. These armored horses were nearly 5 meters tall and looked majestic. But what was frightening was that these armored horses were completely black, as if they could absorb any light. From afar, they looked like a mass of shadows, as if they were dark riders from the underworld. Could it be the legendary divine generals? Someone said in a trembling voice. It was too scary. They could feel the cold aura from these cavalry. It was overwhelming and they almost suffocated. So scary. Seeing this, the hearts of Yuan Air and the others trembled again. However, they also looked at the man in front of them and found that he stood like a statue, not moving at all. Facing thousands of troops, that man was fearless. He would not be shocked even if the sky collapsed. As expected of a legend. Brother Lin Ling. Brother Wudi also knew that a battle to the death was inevitable, so he also shouted at Lin Ling. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally raised his fist. This action undoubtedly attracted the attention of thousands of eyes. Everyone was curious about what Lin Ling was doing, and even what he wanted to do. After all, what could he do against the divine generals and countless experts? Gather your troops. Come forth and meet us. Finally, Lin Ling opened his mouth. His voice was as cold as the might of the heavens. A token appeared above the fist, and at this moment, it released a blinding light. It was as if a horn had been blown. Rumble. In the distant snow-blowing city, the wind and clouds were rolling. It was as if the yellow sand had worn the golden armor after 100 battles. The city would not return until it was broken. A large number of experts rushed out from snow-blowing city. Moreover, on the distant grassland, an endless number of experts appeared, rushing towards this side of the world in a grandiose manner. A gorgeous flag was also waving in the sky. That was the God-Slayer Alliance. Furthermore, there were experts from the Tiandi League attacking from the grasslands. What? At this moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling could actually summon so many experts in the final world? Those experts who were sent here by the God's order also narrowed their eyes. They had received news that Lin Ling was a wanted criminal, and the people behind him would not come forward to help him. But why were there people rushing out now? They did not know that the God-Slayer Alliance was not Lei Gong's men, but had been personally led out by Lin Ling. In fact, it was Lin Ling's own force. As for the Tiandi League, they were not Lin Ling's men, but they were Lin Ling's allies. These people are here to help us? Looking at the appearance of experts in the distance, Yuan Air and the rest were undoubtedly shocked. All of you, get out of the way immediately. This is an order from the God. Could it be that you want to go against the God's order? Finally, among the God generals, a 5-meter-tall, pitch-black armored horseman spoke. If that group of people dared to help Lin Ling, it would be equivalent to going against the God's order. Hence, he wanted to see if that group of people dared to do so. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, the experts coming from all directions did not pay attention to the God general's words. Instead, they all looked at Lin Ling, at the man who was dominating the sky. 10 years. They had waited for 10 years. This man had finally returned. Great leader! Soon after, they shouted in unison, shaking the 9 heavens. Everyone from the God-Slayer Alliance cupped their hands and bowed. At this moment, they seemed to have returned to the ancient dragon wasteland, following the great leader and fighting for hegemony. But now, the battlefield had shifted to the final world. Great leader? Hearing the God-Slayer Alliance's words, the God generals could not help but tremble. They had wanted to borrow the God's order to make this group of people retreat, but they did not expect Lin Ling to be their great leader. Great leader? Behind Lin Ling, Yuan Air and the others were also shocked. They looked at the man in front of them in disbelief. Lin Ling was the great leader? Previously, they had thought that Lin Ling only knew people from the God-Slayer Alliance. Senior Yuan Air, that great leader seems to be the king of all leaders. Someone said, trembling with fear. This news was simply too shocking for them. Then they laughed bitterly because they had actually suspected Lin Ling before. The Yuan Air even said to Lin Ling, "You're not lying to me, right?" But now they knew that they had thought too much. Me. Yuan Air was incoherent. Finally he sighed. I'm really an idiot. He should have known that Lin Ling would dare to bring them back single-handedly. Then he must have some confidence. In fact, Lin Ling did have some confidence. Before he returned, he had already called for everyone to return through Yu and the others. This was because Lin Ling knew very well that meeting Lei Gong was actually a trial mission. It was also a test. However, the price of this mission was also very high. If he succeeded, Lin Ling would become the heavenly voice of the gods. If he failed, then Lin Ling would definitely die. Send me back to Snow-Blowing City. Lin Ling was as calm as a mountain. He waved his sleeves. His eyes were only on Snow-Blowing City. Then he strode forward. How dare you? When they saw Lin Ling turning a blind eye to them, the experts who were blocking the way roared out loud. Escort the great leader. Yes. However, just as they moved, the experts of the Godslayer Alliance also moved. They were like a sharp arrow, rushing forward. At present, the Godslayer Alliance had developed to more than 90,000 people. Moreover, there were many experts. Many of them still had divine weapons bought from the ancient dragon wasteland. Their strength was monstrous. In addition, they had more people than the great generals, so they were not afraid of the experts blocking the way. Moreover, the Tiandi League was also eyeing covetously. Their leader was also a rare expert. With a long spear, he could stir up a storm. Rumble. Chapter 40-46. Everyone could see Lei Gong. How terrifying! Everyone looked at the battle in the distance, their hearts shaking like thunder. Because the final world was right under the eyes of the gods, there were very few wars in the final world for millions of years. It had always been orderly. However, 10 years ago, Lin Ling appeared out of nowhere and killed martial god Wen Tian, causing a great upheaval in the final world. 10 years later, Lin Ling returned and caused another great war in the final world. It was as if a stone had been smashed into the surface of a calm lake, causing endless ripples to appear. That guy is simply a great demon king. Someone said. Another person spoke. Because of Lin Ling's appearance, the peace of the world was finally broken. I wonder how he is now. Even more people looked at the battle in the sky. It was a scene of chaos. All kinds of talents, realm essence, godly power and ancestral power were exploding, sweeping up the earth and causing the grass to shoot out in all directions like arrows. However, the battle in the sky was too chaotic, causing people to be unable to detect Lin Ling's presence. He's over there. Suddenly, someone shouted in shock. Everyone immediately cast their gazes over. Then, they realized that several figures were slowly walking out from the various forces of the great battle. The person in the lead was Lin Ling. What was terrifying was that Lin Ling had his hands behind his back, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. It was as if he had returned to his own backyard, and the battle in the surroundings did not even happen to him. Domineering. So carefree. This scene undoubtedly shocked everyone's hearts. This was a true legend. Stop him. The experts of the new heavenly court naturally saw Lin Ling walking over casually, and they were about to explode with anger. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Did he think they did not exist? You are not worthy. Unfortunately, the people of the Godslayer Alliance blocked them, as if they were escorting a king. As for Lin Ling, he was an imperial emperor. Step by step, Yi Xuan walked towards Snow-Blowing City. At this moment, Snow-Blowing City was already overcrowded. Countless people looked at the free and easy figure in the sky and then looked at the great battle behind him. Each and every one of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Don't laugh lying drunk on the battlefield. Since ancient times, how many people have returned from a campaign? They remembered this line of the poem. Lin Ling looked as if he was just playing a game in the mortal world when he was faced with a heaven-shaking battle between two deities. Who else in the 9 prefectures could do such a thing? Stop him. He's going back. Seeing that Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to Snow-Blowing City, even the great generals roared. They were generals by the side of the god. This time, they had received orders to personally capture Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had left right under their noses. Where would they put their faces? Where was Yojin's dignity? Unfortunately, although they were angry, the people of the Godslayer Alliance were also trying their best to stop them. This was because the people of the Godslayer Alliance knew that today was the day of glory for the Alliance. Their only mission was to safely send their leader, who had disappeared for 10 years, back to Snow-Blowing City. Bastard, we're late. Stop Lin Ling immediately. Right at this moment, even more experts arrived in the distant sky, and they'd obviously rushed back from Pine Prefecture. They looked at the great battle in the distance and instantly guessed what had happened. Each and every one of them was furious. At first, they thought that Lin Ling alone wouldn't be able to return to Snow-Blowing City. Therefore, they didn't care much about the news of Lin Ling's appearance. But now, they knew that they had underestimated Lin Ling. However, it was obviously a little too late for them to rush back now. This was because Lin Ling had already appeared at the city gate. He stopped in his tracks and looked back. "You're late." As soon as he finished speaking, he finally strode out of Snow-Blowing City. Almost at the same time, in another part of the sky far away, a woman also appeared there. Her eyes seemed to have already landed on Snow City. Her originally beautiful face immediately showed a hint of malevolence. She quietly clenched her fists. Her nails pierced through her palms, but she didn't seem to feel it. This was because she was Luli Empress. She had never expected that Lin Ling would appear and suddenly return with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Then, he returned to Snow-Blowing City right under her nose. Not only was she angry, but she was also filled with endless doubts. In the past 10 years, she had searched through thousands of worlds and countless interfaces, but in the end, she still hadn't found Lin Ling. In the past 10 years, where had Lin Ling been hiding? And now, Lin Ling had returned to Snow-Blowing City. This made her realize that she was going to fail. This was because she knew very well that the person behind Lin Ling was Lei Gong. The reason why Lei Gong didn't show up was that he wanted to test Lin Ling. This was also a trial task. Therefore, she tried every means to stop Lin Ling and prevent Lin Ling from meeting Lei Gong. Because she, Luli Empress, could summon countless experts in the final world. That was because she was the heavenly voice of the gods and had been specially trained by the gods. However, if Lin Ling met Lei Gong and received the same treatment, then it would be difficult for her to touch Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling had already entered Snow-Blowing City, causing the whole city to be in turmoil. "Lin Ling, welcome back." Song Chiri, the governor of the city, laughed loudly. 10 years, he had also waited for 10 years. "Welcome back." The old woman strode forward, extremely excited. She naturally knew that this was a trial task for Lin Ling, but fortunately, Lin Ling had finally returned safely. Everyone had also been waiting for a long time, including Yu Yu and Yuer and the others. Zhuang Yanming, young demon lord, Mojin Tianzi, and the others were also here. Moreover, Sakura and the others were also here. Each and every one of them was looking at Lin Ling with excitement. Lin Ling had disappeared for 10 years, which made them miss him very much. However, they all believed that Lin Ling would definitely come back, and on the day of his return, Jiuzhou would definitely move for him. Because on this day, Lin Ling would also meet Lei Gong. "Lin Ling, do you want to meet Lei Gong?" At this time, the old woman hurriedly said. She also knew that before Lin Ling met Lei Gong, Lin Ling would not be safe. Lin Ling nodded to each of his acquaintances, then his gaze fell on the old woman and said confidently, 10 years, I have returned, so let me meet the gods." It was a soft sentence, but it also carried an unparalleled determination. But the old woman immediately nodded, her heart filled with pride. Because Lin Ling was the fastest growing among the trial challengers, and he was finally going to meet the gods. To be able to meet the gods, this was a supreme honor in the final world, and not many people had this honor. A sandalwood incense appeared in her hand, and she poured her realm essence into it. The incense began to spread and rose into the sky. When the faint fragrance floated into the sky, it seemed to have opened some kind of signal. Next, the endless 9 heavens rumbled and continued to split open, and a divine light shrouded Snow-Blowing City. Chapter 40-47. The Stairway to God. What happened? Could it be that the legend is true? That Lin Ling is a trial taker who has completed the trial mission? Now, he can finally meet the gods? If he meets the gods, how are we going to catch him? Cries of surprise rang out one after another at this moment. In an instant, all the battles stopped. The members of the God-Slayer Alliance also looked at Snow City excitedly. As for the members of the Duan family and the new heavenly court, their expressions were ugly. In the distant sky, Tian Lioli looked at Snow City coldly. Her gaze fell on the light of the gods, and her eyes flickered with coldness. "Empress, it's my fault." Next to her, an old woman held a fishing rod and said with her head lowered, "Tr." The woman coldly shouted. With a wave of her long sleeve, the old woman's arm that was holding the fishing rod withered and gradually turned into nothingness. However, the old woman did not dare to move at all. Her head was still lowered, as if the one who had lost her arm was not her. Lin Ling has been in seclusion for 10 years. Everything was for this day. In these 10 years, he disappeared without a trace. Not only was he bitterly cultivating, but he was also trying to numb me. After 10 years, he immediately attacked my people with the force of a storm. Unfortunately, my people were all numb in the face of Lin Ling's storm-like attack. Obviously, I couldn't react in time. In the end, I let Lin Ling return safely to the city. The woman said coldly, "Lin Ling is so cunning." The old woman nodded. Lin Ling was too good at enduring. How could an ordinary person endure such humiliation? They would have retaliated with all their strength. However, Lin Ling didn't. He gave people the false impression that he was very weak and couldn't make a comeback. This caused everyone to be careless. Until one day, 10 years later, in this peaceful day, Lin Ling suddenly exploded with a strong attack. Naturally, they were caught off guard and couldn't react. "It's not your fault. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been so eager for quick success. If I wanted to go to Qingzhou to catch Lin Ling, I should have guarded the snow-blowing city." The woman shook her head. "As the Empress, I have a high position and power. I often forget that my opponent is Li Xiaoyao. How can he be an ordinary opponent? Empress, what do we do now?" The old woman asked again. "Now that Lei Gong has appeared, we can only wait. Regardless of whether Lin Ling succeeds or not, even if he meets Lei Gong, Eugene will still help us." The woman enunciated each word clearly. Moreover, Lin Ling is only a 4-star trial taker at the moment. According to convention, only 5-star trial takers can meet the gods. Since he is the first to meet the gods, there must be some twists and turns. He may not be able to overcome this setback. As she spoke, the divine light in the sky gradually disappeared. Then, a winding staircase descended from the sky and connected to Snow City. This staircase looked ancient and ordinary, but everyone knew that it was the staircase to meet the gods. Those who could climb the staircase would have endless glory and glory. Even those who could appear on the staircase had a certain qualification. It meant that they were valued by the gods. "Lin Ling, go meet the gods." Looking at the ancient staircase, the old woman suddenly looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. Lin Ling looked at the sky along the staircase and found that there was a colorful light in the sky that covered everything. The staircase extended down in the light. The end of the staircase was probably the residence of the gods. Are we finally going to meet them? Lin Ling's heart also became dignified. So far, he had already met several gods. There was the Curishan, Nanwufengyu god, and Zhanggang god. Now, he was finally going to meet his boss. Lin Ling was also somewhat grateful to Lei Gong. Because over the years, as long as Lin Ling completed the trial mission, Lei Gong helped him a lot. "Wait for my good news." "Yes." Next, Lin Ling dispelled the dignified feeling in his heart. After taking a deep breath, his heart also became tranquil. Then he stepped on the staircase. The staircase was very stable, like a small country road. After Lin Ling stepped on it, he walked 5 steps in a row. Seeing Lin Ling open the staircase to meet the gods, the people of Snow-Blowing City became even more excited. However, when Lin Ling reached the 10th step, suddenly, a brilliant light flashed in front of him. Then, a figure quietly condensed and blocked in front of the staircase. What's going on? Isn't that the staircase to meet the gods? Why did someone else appear? Yes. The people of Snow-Blowing City were closer to Lin Ling, so they immediately saw the changes on the staircase. "Senior, what's going on?" Yu and the others also asked the old woman worriedly. The old woman frowned, shook her head, and said, Lin Ling also made an exception to meet Lei Gong, so Lei Gong also gave him a test in the staircase to meet the gods. Are those tests dangerous? Hearing this, Yu Yu and the others were undoubtedly even more worried because Lei Gong's tests had never been simple. Otherwise, a large number of trial testers would have already gathered in the final world. I don't know, but there are many people who want to become trial testers. Every backup trial tester has the hope of replacing the original trial tester, so I hope Lin Ling can pass this test. The old woman said again. I hope Brother Ling will succeed. Hearing the old woman's words, Yu Yu and the others had to look at the staircase to meet the gods. Is that the newcomer king? At this moment, outside snow-blowing city, countless experts were also staring at the staircase to meet the gods. Then, someone recognized the person who suddenly appeared. Sure enough, if he wants to go through the back door, Lei Gong must also test him. The staircase to meet the gods may be able to make Lin Ling fail. As for the distant sky, Luli Empress was also staring ahead with a sneer on her lips. Although she did not know the person who appeared on the staircase, she knew that Lin Ling's path to meet the gods was definitely not that simple. Sometimes, the world was very fair. For someone like Lin Ling who took a shortcut to meet the gods, there were bound to be many tests. If Lin Ling's foundation was not strong enough, he would be eliminated. The current newcomer king, Wang Hao. Someone stared at the staircase to meet the gods and then shouted again. The newcomer Wang Hao was obviously a rising expert of the third Hall of God in the era after Lin Ling. This is the new generation against the old generation. Then, many people licked their lips. Those who couldn't wait for Lin Ling to fail hoped that Lin Ling would be stopped by the newcomer Wang Hao, or even replace him. The newcomer Wang Hao greets senior Lin Ling. At this moment, on the staircase, a young man slightly cupped his hands and greeted Lin Ling. He seemed polite, but his words and expression were full of strong fighting spirit. As the current newcomer king, he had naturally heard of the previous newcomer king, Lin Ling. It was said that Lin Ling was the most famous newcomer king in the history of 36 academies. However, Wang Hao was not convinced. Chapter 40-48. Wang Hao still did not draw his sword. He was even jealous of Lin Ling. Lin Ling had only risen 10 years earlier than Wang Hao by relying on luck. Otherwise, Lin Ling's everything would have belonged to Wang Hao. At this moment, Lin Ling was also looking at his opponent calmly. His soul power spread out, and the Chaos Eye also quietly appeared. He gradually saw through Wang Hao's strength. First layer martial god realm, acquired godly flesh, and a stream of godly force. His strength was worthy of being called the newcomer king. Unfortunately, Wang Hao was no match for Lin Ling. I'm here to stop you under the orders of the gods. Senior Lin Ling, please draw your sword. Clang. Wang Hao finally drew his sword. He had a flaming sword, which looked like a decent godly weapon. It was most likely a 5th-grade godly weapon. As soon as the sword was drawn, the stairs became scorching hot. The air became illusionary as a talent appeared behind Wang Hao. It was the talent of a sword. The talent was known as the Flaming Godly Emperor Sword. Legend had it that the talent was formed by a wisp of flames left behind by the Flame Godly Emperor after his death. Those who possessed the talent would undoubtedly have outstanding control over flames. You're not worthy enough for me to draw my sword. If I draw my sword, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart, which had been heavy at the beginning, had long since turned calm as he spoke indifferently. Ignorant. Wang Hao snapped furiously. His previous politeness had vanished. He had only been polite to Lin Ling to put on a show for the gods. Saying this, he drew his sword and lunged forward. He was close to Lin Ling to begin with. He immediately stabbed his sword in Lin Ling's direction. At that instant, his godly flesh was unleashed. Surging godly force surged. Judging from its aura, even an early-stage martial god would not be able to stop it. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling reached his right hand behind him. The tyrannical song appeared in his hand. Together with the scabbard, he used it as a shield. His 6 stanchions rumbled as a ferocious energy burst out from his body. Boom! The sword and scabbard collided, and a terrifying shockwave swept out. The sound was deafening. After Wang Hao's sword collided, he immediately sensed the ferocious Jie Yuan attacking him, causing his expression to change greatly. The sword in his hand also became unstable, and immediately flew out of the stairway to see gods, stabbing into Snow City, burning the ground. On the stairs, Wang Hao's eyes were wide open, and he was trembling. He had a postnatal godchild and a strand of divine power, but he couldn't break Lin Ling's sword at all. After all, he was only using the scabbard. You lost. While he was still in shock, Lin Ling fiercely waved the scabbard in his hand like a violent storm. Wang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood as he was slashed out of the stairway to the heavens. His talent, realm essence, and power of divinity were all inferior to Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't even need to use his full strength to fight him. Bang! After being slammed out of the stairway to the heavens, Wang Hao sat on the ground, his face pale. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you for not killing me." He finally understood why Lin Ling didn't use his sword. Because if he did, he would have been killed by now. Wang Hao lost, he couldn't even block a single move. Seeing this, many people's expressions changed slightly. They had high expectations for Wang Hao. Although they didn't think Wang Hao could win, at least he wouldn't be defeated in a single move. Moreover, although Lin Ling was the newcomer king of the older generation, in reality, he was only 10 years away from Wang Hao. 10 years was not a long time for a cultivator. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's disappearance, Lin Ling would probably still be the newcomer king. Therefore, Lin Ling wasn't considered a figure of the older generation. He was about the same age as Wang Hao. However, the age gap wasn't big, but the strength gap was so big. After Lin Ling defeated Wang Hao, he looked at the sky and continued forward. He had a feeling that Lei Gong's test wasn't so simple. Rumble. Almost at the same time, a strong glow appeared. Following it, the glow gathered and a bulky figure appeared. The man was 2 meters tall, holding a pair of hammers in each hand. They were the hammer of gale and the hammer of lightning. The hammers were like grindstones, emitting the force of gale and lightning. "Trial taker, I'm here to stop you. Be careful." The man snapped with a thunderous voice. His cultivation was in the 7th layer martial god realm. The man's talent was quite ordinary, but his boundary force was abundant. Then he waved his twin hammers and smashed them toward Lin Ling. The distance between the two of them was still 1 flight of stairs. At such a distance, it was impossible for Lin Ling to dodge. The man doesn't have the force of God and his talent is quite ordinary, but his cultivation is a lot higher than Lin Ling's. The people inside and outside the city exclaimed. For some reason, they had a feeling that Lin Ling would not be defeated. Many people still remembered the battle at the Phoenix Emperor Spring. They knew that Lin Ling had the godly embryo. However, they were curious if Lin Ling would use the godly embryo in the battle. Besides, the stairway to the gods was so long. Would Lin Ling be worn out and fail in the end? Buzz buzz. The burly man's twin hammers smashed towards Lin Ling's chest and legs, one above and one below. Meanwhile, he wore a cold grin. He was too close to Lin Ling, thus there was no way he could dodge the attacks. Even if he managed to dodge the attacks, his fierce gale and thunder god hammers would grow stronger as the battle progressed. Once the attacks were unleashed, even a 7th layer martial god without the godly embryo flesh would not stand a chance. However, Lin Ling remained calm facing the bulky man's hammers. He swung the sword in his hand and merged the boundary essence of his 6 stanchions. He could tell that the man's advantage was his abundant boundary essence. Therefore, he assumed that Lei Gong was trying to test his boundary essence. Ding! A crisp sound could be heard as Lin Ling pointed his sword forward. A ferocious boundary essence was fired from the scabbard. It collided with one of the hammers and knocked it flying. The man's expression changed tremendously. His hand lost its balance, allowing one of the hammers to hit his chest. He immediately lost his balance and fell down the stairway to the gods. Bang! After smashing into the ground, he rubbed his chest that was covered in lightning, his eyes narrowing. Previously, he didn't see how Lin Ling attacked at all, he could only sense that the amount of world essence contained in that sword was unimaginable. Lin Ling did not seem to be a 1st layer martial god. He was more like a seventh-layer martial god. Most importantly, Lin Ling was still using the scabbard. He still hasn't drawn his sword. Many people were aware of it too. In their opinion, Lin Ling would at least need to exert some of his strength to defeat the bulky man. However, it seemed like Lin Ling still had not drawn his sword. He was only using the scabbard, and it was only a single attack. As expected of Li Xiaoyao, he has most likely awakened his 6 stanchions. The Chaos Sacred Method, the strongest martial art in the world, how extraordinary. However, the stairway to the gods is so long, he will eventually get tired. In the distant sky, the Glaze Empress squinted her eyes and released a chilling aura. She wasn't surprised that Lin Ling had defeated that man. Instead, she was jealous. Chapter 40-49. Shanwu. It seems that Lin Ling hasn't neglected his martial arts in the past 10 years. Compared to 10 years ago, his skills are even more profound. The old woman praised. Although Lin Ling was still at the LV1 martial god realm, she felt that Lin Ling had improved in other areas. You know, he hasn't fused his talent yet. Next to him, Song Chiri also smiled. He was looking forward to Lin Ling's next trip. But we can't be careless. Every one of the people who appeared before was valued by the gods, and they all had the chance to become trial takers. Most importantly, if they were valued by the gods, they must be different from ordinary warriors and have some ability. The old woman spoke again. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was climbing higher and higher. However, at this moment, another beam of light appeared in the sky. Then, it turned into an old man in a yellow robe. He held a huge brush in his hand as if he was holding a spear. He stood on the stairs. It's him. The old woman stared at the old man, and her expression changed instantly. Senior sister, do you know him? Song Chiri, who was next to him, suddenly became curious. I do, Rider of Mountains, a strange person. The reason he was called a strange person was because his talents weren't great and he didn't have the power of a god. However, he had the power to write the Grand Tao. The old woman solemnly said, I heard he had already touched upon the Grand Tao. He is so powerful without talent and divine power? Hearing this, Song Chiri and the others gasped. That's why he is valued by the gods. Otherwise, why do you think the Rider of the Mountain is valued by the gods? The old woman looked at Song Chiri and said, obviously, these people were all extraordinary people recruited by the gods from all over the world in Zhuzhou. Their martial arts were different from others. Trial tester, I'm sorry. The old man in the yellow robe said coldly. Then, the writing brush in his hand stabbed toward Lin Ling's legs as if it was writing in the air. The tip of the brush was like a sword and a spear. It was not fast, but it had a mysterious rhythm, as if it had locked onto Lin Ling's body. As long as Lin Ling moved a step, he would expose other flaws, and eventually, more and more flaws would appear. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and was shocked because he realized that the old man was really powerful. The writing brush did not have divine power or talent, but it was aimed at Lin Ling's vital parts. Such a person did not defeat his opponent with strength, but with skill. This skill was related to the Great Way. It was like knowing why flowers bloomed and withered. If the old man had great talent and divine power, his strength would increase by at least 3 times. Lin Ling extended his soul power, and the Eye of Chaos and Ear of Chaos appeared quietly. At this moment, he heard a mysterious voice, as if it was the voice of the Great Path. He even heard Sanskrit, the voice of Bodhi. Tyrannical Song casually swung his sword and blocked the brush's attack. The yellow-robed elder's expression didn't change. He turned the stab into a horizontal line and swept it towards Lin Ling's chest. In the blink of an eye, he had already drawn 3 strokes. Clang, clang, clang. However, Lin Ling's sword blocked all of the attacks. Interesting. An early-stage martial god can catch my Dao brush. This means that you have a sense of the Great Way. However, that's not all. The old man smiled. The writing brush in his hand moved, stabbed, horizontally, and slanted, attacking Lin Ling from all angles. The writing brush was extremely powerful. Not only did it contain all the sword techniques in the world, but it also contained all the spear techniques, saber techniques, and staff techniques in the world. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. This was because in the final world, what was competing was the level of talent, divine power, ancestral power, and realm essence. These were all collisions of power. On the contrary, very few people pursued skills. This was because martial arts were the most primitive martial arts, and they had been eliminated long ago. However, no one had expected that there would still be people who took the opposite path. They sought perfection in skills and achieved the might of the Great Way. The dazzling collision of the two was undoubtedly an eye-opener for everyone. Of course, it was normal for the old man in the yellow robe to be so powerful. After all, he should be a god. However, Lin Ling, a rising star, was also so powerful. Could it be that Lin Ling had the time to polish his skills while improving his realm and talent? Unfortunately, people had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling was powerful because of his soul power and the Bodhi testimony divine art. That was why he was so powerful. When his soul power was strong, he could sense everything. He could also catch up to the former as a latecomer. At this moment, the mountain rider was also shocked. It had been a long time since he had seen such a perfect junior. He knew that if Lin Ling used his full strength, he would eventually lose. However, Lin Ling did not. Using martial arts to compete with him was the most difficult thing. No wonder Lin Ling could become a trial taker. Bang! Almost at the same time, the mountain rider felt a pain in his chest. He looked over and saw that a giant sword had landed on his chest. He looked up in disbelief. At this moment, Lin Ling maintained his sword stance and said calmly, "You've lost. Thank you for letting me win." The mountain rider's expression changed. He cupped his hands and turned to leave the steps. He knew that after the continuous collision, Lin Ling's understanding of the Great Way was no weaker than his. Therefore, he accepted his loss wholeheartedly. Because from this perspective, Lin Ling was really a flawless trial taker. Bastard! Seeing Lin Ling walk forward easily again, many people in the new heavenly court cursed loudly. Don't worry. There are many extraordinary people below the gods. Lin Ling will lose in the end. Someone else said, full of confidence. However, someone also poured cold water on him. I wanted to, but Lin Ling hasn't used his sword yet. He's been using his scabbard all this time. What? Those who were still confident before were disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. He was still using his scabbard. This meant that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength at all. If they waited for him to use his full strength, wouldn't he have finished climbing the stairway to godhood? While they were angry, Lin Ling had already reached midair. He was getting closer and closer to the top of the sky. Of course, Lin Ling also swept away many obstacles along the way. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ling also used the tyrannical Song Sword and the True Inheritance Dark Sword in the end. However, everyone knew that Lin Ling, who used his sword, only used 30% of his strength. However, Lin Ling was already halfway up. Boom! After an unknown period of time, the stairway to godhood suddenly shook. Then, a figure appeared on the steps. It was a young man in a white robe. He looked energetic and held a long spear in his hand. He smiled at Lin Ling. Sorry, I was just sleeping when I suddenly received a god's order. So, I forcibly brought me here from the myriad worlds to stop you. The young man smiled. My name is Shan Wu. Chapter 4050. Divine Fetus versus Divine Fetus. However, even though Lin Ling did not recognize Shan Wu, it did not mean that others did not recognize her. Many experts from the 36 colleges had been attracted to the Blizzard City. Naturally, some of them recognized Shan Wu. Shan Wu, the 8th-ranked expert of Miaoshan College's Shensan Hall, ranked 169th on the stairway to heaven. 169th? That's too powerful. Miaoshan College is ranked 2nd among the 36 colleges. Lin Ling's formidable opponent has finally appeared. After a round of discussion, many people immediately knew the background of Lin Ling's opponent. This was a powerhouse that surpassed Lin Ling's. Moreover, compared to Shan Wu who had just arrived, Lin Ling had already fought many people. In terms of condition, he could not compare to the latter. It seems like I've taken advantage of you, so allow me to remind you that I have the godly embryo, and I'm a fourth-layer martial god. My strength is strong enough to defeat many late-stage martial gods. I've heard that you have a unique martial art that allows you to merge your talents, so it's best if you do it right now. Shan Wu suddenly laughed and said with endless confidence, "Moreover, you and I are separated by 2 stairways. The space is too small, which is disadvantageous to you." "Thank you." Lin Ling raised his head and no longer concealed his strength. He immediately fused his talents. The distance between the two was less than 1 meter. Moreover, the opponent had a divine fetus. Lin Ling had to be cautious against such an opponent. Although he had defeated Longyang 10 years ago, he had only just entered the top 100 on the stairway to heaven. However, this Shan Wu was obviously stronger than him 10 years ago. Even now, Lin Ling did not have enough confidence to defeat him under the premise that he was not familiar with his opponent's strength. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other and did not attack. Instead, they pushed their auras and state to the peak. Countless eyes gazed at the two masters in the sky. Their breathing became heavy. These two were powerhouses that couldn't be underestimated in the final world. One was a master from the previous generation. Rumor has it that he once roamed the divine world and defeated countless experts in a 1,000-year battle. He was the only master below the city lords of the 36 main cities. The other person was the newcomer king from back then. However, there was no need to doubt his strength. Up until now, he had only defeated his opponents with one move. The two of them could be considered gods. Crackle! At this moment, endless storms began to appear in the sky. These storms swept out in all directions with the stairway to divinity as their center. 2 brilliant heavenly auras also spread out in all directions. This was the might of the divine embryo. In the distant prairie, there seemed to be a miracle at this moment. Whether it was the broken grass or the grass that was still on the ground, all of them were swaying in the direction of snow-blowing city. It was as if they were worshipping a god. Is this the power of the divine embryo? The key to becoming a god? Many people felt like they were suffocating. Their hearts were filled with envy and solemnity. They also knew that the two masters were using their talents to fight each other. They were also looking for each other's flaws. However, it had to be said that the two masters were existences without any weak points. Not only were their divine world essence and divine power, but even their talents were outstanding. If it were a martial god realm powerhouse, without the divine embryo, their combat strength would be greatly reduced. They would not be a match for them at all. If they did not have enough divine power, they would probably be defeated immediately. This was the might brought about by the divine embryo. It was as if a mortal had seen a god. Golden flames, this divine embryo is indeed powerful. Finally, a low voice sounded in the sky. It came from Shan Wu. Looking behind him, silver lights were dancing in the sky like fireflies. However, they carried an unquestionable majesty. These silver lights began to condense and turned into a huge mountain. This mountain was completely silver and there was a mercury-like light flowing on its surface. Around the silver mountain, there was a huge mercury-like snake swimming around. It was magnificent. Mountain Dance Silver Snake Body. It was not the mountain that was terrifying, but the silver snake. My mountain is Buzhou Mountain. Outside the Northwest Sea, in the corner of the wilderness. There is a mountain that does not fit, so it is called Buzhou. Cold. A cold shout suddenly rang out from Shan Wu's mouth. After that, the endless silver light flew towards Lin Ling as the mysterious silver snake danced in the air. If one looked carefully, it was not silver light, but snow. However, it was silver snow. Buzhou Mountain? It is said that Buzhou Mountain is the only path from the mortal world to the god realm. Someone exclaimed in the distance. This kind of talent was obviously left behind from the era of gods. It was an innate divine embryo. Pa! Almost at the same time, the sword in Shan Wu's hand moved. However, the sword was not straight. Instead, it was like a snake. After circling around Shan Wu, it roared and shot toward Lin Ling. The angle was tricky and unpredictable. It was impossible to see through. In addition, he was only one step away from Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling block such a fast sword? Moreover, the surrounding silver snow could slow down one's speed by 50%. If he did not have the divine embryo body, he would probably be frozen. Shan Wu's sword could be hard or soft. It was obvious that it was mixed with powerful divine energy. There were as many as 3 streaks of divine energy. Silver snow filled the sky. In the flying snow, there was a silver sword that was like a snake. It disappeared in the sky and appeared in the sky at times. This made Lin Ling smile. Shan Wu was indeed very strong. She was beyond his imagination in every aspect. This kind of expert was clearly one of the top in the 36 academies. However, Lin Ling's foundation was not weak either. The true inheritance dark sword flew out and circled back and forth, forming an impenetrable sword net. It actually followed the silver longsword. This made Shan Wu's expression change. After a flash of light, the long sword in her hand suddenly grew crazily. The sword that was originally stabbing toward Lin Ling suddenly circled back and became 100 meters long. It stabbed toward Lin Ling's back. At this moment, the sword was even more like a silver snake. It was sleek and tricky. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Ling's expression did not change. He controlled the true inheritance dark sword to chase after the silver snake. After the true inheritance dark sword weaved back and forth, it gradually heated up and finally merged. A huge immortal sword appeared in midair. After catching the silver sword, it crazily clashed. Clang! A deafening sound rang out. People looked up and saw the 2 swords colliding. Sparks flew everywhere. Looks like I overestimated you. However, Shan Wu immediately sneered. He sensed that the true inheritance dark sword was not as powerful as he thought. Big silver snake. He gave up on attacking Lin Ling from tricky angles. Instead, he planned to crush him with brute force. Chapter 4051. The Master of Chaotic City. However, at this moment, Lin Ling finally made his move. Red and yellow light blossomed in his hands as he abruptly opened them. As the silver snake attacked, he abruptly swatted it, instantly catching the silver snake sword. Crackle! Terrifying divine power was also erupting. This was because the reddish-yellow light was the Bodhi testimony divine technique, and it contained 2 strands of divine power. In addition to the true inheritance of the dark sword, there were 3 strands of divine power. Therefore, Shan Wu's sword was blocked. What? Shan Wu's expression changed, but she shouted coldly again, Buzhou Mountain. Under his cold shout, the silver snow became even faster. Taking advantage of the time when Lin Ling was resisting the silver snake, Lin Ling was completely annihilated. On the divine staircase, a silver-colored rock the height of a human appeared. Its surface was filled with flowing mercury, and within the rock was Lin Ling. He had been frozen. Lin Ling lost. Everyone cried out in alarm. Lin Ling's road to seeing divinity had been blocked. It looked like that Shan Wu was also one of the best amongst the reserve cultivators. However, at this moment, golden light bloomed and fought against the silver light. The silver mercury stone suddenly burned, and the golden flames actually possessed the might of the heavens and the earth. Divine fire fetus. Shan Wu was the closest to Lin Ling and was the first to realize that something was wrong. However, at this moment, a large number of golden fireflies also flew over. It was extremely dazzling. These were Lord Flames. Those firefly-like flames all contained the power of God, and there were as many as 2 of them. They engulfed Shan Wu like a tooth for a tooth, turning him into a golden statue. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the statue was also covered in flames. One side was fire, one side was snow, one side was gold, and the other side was silver, opposing each other with equal harshness. But in the next moment, a figure flew out from the godlike stairs and crashed onto the ground. Then, he raised his head and looked at the sky in disbelief. I've lost. He was Shan Wu. This was because he realized that Lin Ling had more power of God than he had imagined. The flames also contained the power of God, and there were 2 strands. This meant that their talents were about the same, but in terms of power of God, he was weaker than Lin Ling. Come back. At this moment, on the stairs, the flames on Lin Ling's body appeared and assimilated with the silver snow. Then he waved at the ground, and the flames on Shan Wu immediately. Clearly, without Lin, the flames Shan Wu's eyes. How can he have 5 strands of divine power? Looks like I'll be defeated here. On the ground, the divinity, Shan Wuyu, Wu's divinity. Calm of divinity martial stairs. Divinity, divine. He was defeated in one move. That was how Lin Ling defeated him. After all, he was ranked 160th on the divine ranking list. Watching Lin Ling move forward again, the heavens and earth fell silent. Those who thought that Lin Ling could only return with the help of the God-Slayer Alliance were gritting their teeth. Lin Ling was also showing the world that the God-Slayer Alliance wasn't the only reason he could become a legend. He's going higher and higher. Someone said solemnly. This was because Lin Ling had already reached 2/3 of the way up and was about to disappear from the sky. However, at this moment, another expert appeared. This was an old man in his 60s. He wore a majestic purple robe. After he appeared, he put his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Ling calmly. Trial taker, I'm the last person to stop you. If you can't pass, you'll fail to see the gods. This old man was surrounded by all kinds of auras. Ferocious aura, evil aura, ghostly aura, demonic aura, and corpse aura. He was actually an amalgamation of all the auras of the underworld. Many people have tried to stop me before, but they all failed. Therefore, there aren't many more failures like you. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the old man calmly. He was also very surprised. Who on earth had Lei Gong recruited? How could someone have so many elemental talents? Lin Ling was also a combination of good and evil. However, compared to the old man, his elemental talents were obviously much weaker. It's the city governor of Hunshur City. Looking at the majestic old man, the people of Snow City exclaimed. The voice belonged to Xianxia, the city governor of Snow City. He's a very powerful city governor among the 36 main cities. Xianxia said again. His expression became serious. Based on his strength, he's ranked in the top 10 among the 36 main cities. He's even stronger than me. What? Hearing Xianxia's words, everyone who knew Lin Ling was shocked. Naturally, they knew Xianxia's strength. However, how could Lin Ling fight against someone who was stronger than Xianxia? He's also one of Lei Gong's divine generals. In terms of strength, he's only inferior to the city governor of East City and the city governor of Sky Sword City. He's also one step below the top 10 martial gods of the 9 regions. The old woman also said. At this moment, the people of Snow City were in a panic. No one knew that Lin Ling would encounter a powerful city governor on his road to God, whose strength was only inferior to the top 10 martial gods of the 9 regions. Trial taker, you've fought many battles in a row. Although most of the time, you've defeated your opponent with one move, I know that's because you're too close to your opponent. Sometimes, you seem to be defending, but in fact, you're looking for your opponent's flaws to strike a fatal blow. The advantage of this is that you can save a lot of energy. At this moment, the old man said lightly, but it also means that you don't have much strength left. Although it's not much, I think it's not difficult to defeat you. Lin Ling raised his head and said calmly. I hope you'll still be so confident later. The old man nodded and stared at Lin Ling with a murderous look in his eyes. This also surprised Lin Ling. According to his estimation, this old man should be Lei Gong's man. But why did he want to kill him? He didn't know that at this moment, in the distant void, Luli Empress's eyes were also filled with murderous intent. Originally, she didn't want to kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to becoming a god. This made her ruthless, because she knew that if she didn't kill Lin Ling now, with Lin Ling's talent, it wouldn't take long for him to catch up with her. At that time, she didn't have the confidence to fight with him. Therefore, the old man was her man, and also the last person to stop Lin Ling from reaching the Seeing God realm. Bastard! At this moment, the old man finally let out a low roar. He reached out his right hand, and a pitch-black light circled around it, turning into a giant demonic rod of chaos in his hand. My talent is the Great Demonic Heaven Chi Fusion. It can turn into a rod or a saber, but only a rod can exert my limit. Trial Taker, you're only a first-level martial god. If you've reached the middle-level martial god realm, I won't be your match, but for now, I can defeat you. Chapter 4052. The Power of the Sixth Daos God. Boom. The staff hadn't even descended when the entire stairway to the divinity shook. After all, no matter how intense the battle had been, the stairway to the divinity hadn't moved in the slightest with the protection of the divine might. From this, it could be seen how ferocious this devil staff was. Meanwhile, the city lord of chaos was an acquired godly embryo. His cultivation was only at the 8th layer martial god realm, but his god force had reached 6 Dao paths. His realm essence was extremely terrifying too. That strike also caused the pupils of countless people to constrict. They knew that without the divine embryo body, no one in the late-stage martial god realm would have been able to block the attack. Even with the divine embryo body, not many people in the middle stage of the martial god realm could block that strike. Bang! At the critical moment, Lin Ling took a step to the side and dodged the rod, allowing the terrifying rod to fall on the stairs. He dodged. This was the first time Lin Ling dodged. He was clearly afraid of the devil staff's power. Seeing this, the crowd cried out in alarm. However, Lin Ling did not pay attention to the voices around him. Instead, he looked at the spot where he was standing before and his pupils constricted. Over there, the stairs had cracked open. A single strike of the staff was enough to shatter the stairway to divinity. From this, one could see how terrifying its power was. If it was placed in the myriad realms, a single sweep of the staff would probably turn the myriad realms into paper paste. You've actually cultivated the power of divinity from ominous chi, ghost chi, corpse chi, baleful chi, devil chi, etc. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the old man seriously. This was also the person with the most divine power that he had seen so far. That's right. If you can't block it, you'll die. That elder nodded. He brandished the staff with both hands, brandishing it crazily as if he was sweeping through an army of 1,000. Try blocking me. A domineering voice came out of his mouth. Rumble. That staff strike contained the sun, moon, stars, wind, forest, fire, and lightning. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This person's cultivation is 2 realms higher than mine. In front of him, my 6 stanchions are clearly unable to display any advantage. And in terms of talent, although I have 2 divine embryos, my use of the lightning divine embryo is very crude. My human sovereign flame is still passable, so my talent is greater than his. But in terms of divine power, I have lost. Of the 3 domains, I lost in 2. Thoughts flashed through Lin Ling's mind. It was a pity that this was the stairway to seeing divinity. Otherwise, with the Purple River's 6 butterfly divine war chariot and the little Kunlun realm, he might have been able to hold his own for a while. With a misstep, Lin Ling bent over. Just as he bent over, the terrifying devil's staff swept across. Seeing this, the old man sneered. He had been watching the battle the entire time, so he knew where Lin Ling's limit was. However, just as he finished sneering, a sword shot towards him. It was cunning and sharp, aiming straight for his neck. Clang! A metallic sound rang out. Lin Ling was still bent over, but the sword in his hand pierced forward, landing on the neck of the chaotic city lord. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Countless people's jaws dropped. No one thought that Lin Ling would dare to fight back in the face of such a dangerous strike. Very powerful, but it's a pity that your strength is a little weak. However, at this moment, the chaotic city lord lowered his head. He actually used his chin to bend the tyrannical song sword. Looking at his neck, there was a pitch-black devil chi there, making his neck as hard as a rock, blocking Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. This chaotic city lord was too strong. One had to know that although his tyrannical song sword only had the power of an ancestor, he had 6 stanchions. His full-strength strike and pierced the old man's weak point was actually unable to break through his defense. Fierce attack and strong defense, as expected of the city lord. You're really tough. Lin Ling said coldly as he sheathed his sword. You too. The chaotic city lord said coldly. He knew very well that this was still a battle of the stairs, and Lin Ling had very little space to dodge. If they were in another place, it would be even more difficult for him to defeat Lin Ling. I heard that your fusion talent has improved in all aspects. Your speed has reached the speed of 4,000 realms. I admit that I can't catch up with such speed, but it's a pity that this is the stairs. Let's see how long you can dodge. The chaotic city lord waved his devil staff again and swept towards Lin Ling like a whirlwind. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was on the stairs, barely dodging the attack. Danger surrounded him. It seems that Lin Ling is going to be defeated. He won't be able to dodge for long. Many people shook their heads as they looked at the battle in the sky. His attack is too fierce and his defense is strong. There are no blind spots. Lin Ling's only advantage now is his speed. However, his speed is supported by his realm essence. If an expert like the chaotic city lord wants to dodge his attack, Lin Ling will consume a lot of realm essence. Moreover, although the devil staff didn't hit Lin Ling, the power it emits has affected Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling has to use more realm essence to resist it. In the city, the old lady looked at the sky and said solemnly. Most importantly, the chaotic city lord has a special characteristic. The more he fights, the more ferocious he becomes. Once, he fought with a peak martial god for 3 days and 3 nights. Not only was he not exhausted, but he became more and more ferocious. In the end, he killed that expert with 1 blow. Song Chiri said. This means that if this drags on, the chances of Lin Ling turning the tables are getting smaller and smaller. The old lady nodded. Yu and the rest listened to the old lady's conversation and became more worried. This was because they knew that if others failed to see the god, it would be fine as they could meet again next time. However, if Lin Ling failed to see the god, he would die. This was because there were many people outside the city who were eyeing him covetously. At this moment, they were probably sneering and waiting for Lin Ling to fall from the god's altar. Clang. At this moment, a deafening sound was heard. After dodging for a long time, Lin Ling had indeed revealed a flaw and was targeted by the devil staff. Lin Ling had no choice but to use his sword to resist it. The result of the collision was that Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword could not withstand a single blow and was sent flying. Seeing this, the people were in an uproar. They knew that Lin Ling's situation was getting worse. Without his sword, how can he be so mighty? 1 blow from the devil's staff will turn him into minced meat. Someone in the new heavenly court sneered. Phew. On the steps, Lin Ling exhaled heavily. In front of him, the old man looked at him coldly. You have reached your limit. The battle intent in his eyes was boiling. After fighting for so long, he was getting fiercer and fiercer. However, after Lin Ling exhaled lightly, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Seeing that smile, the old man shook his head. He did not know what Lin Ling was smiling about. However, after fighting for so long, he was sure that Lin Ling had indeed reached his limit. Even if he had not reached his limit, Lin Ling did not have the power to defeat him. Therefore, it was best to pursue the victory. Chaotic Desert Sand. Chapter 4053. Removing the armor. At the same time, Lin Ling shook his head and slowly removed the armor. The elder was stunned and said, You have to know that you don't have the protection of your sword anymore. Now you're even removing the armor? Without the armor, I'm afraid that even if I don't hit you with my demonic staff, you won't be able to withstand the power of my demonic staff. Maybe. Lin Ling was still removing the godly armor on his body as he spoke calmly. This made the elder frown. He felt that something was wrong because Lin Ling was too calm. Facing his imminent attack, he actually didn't take it seriously. However, he didn't think too much about it because this was the best opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Endless sand flowed and formed a huge demonic god in midair. Ferocious aura, demonic aura, evil aura, and other powers tumbled. Finally, it turned into a huge staff and smashed down viciously. It wouldn't be difficult for this staff to destroy Jojo. Lin Ling is in danger. This scene caused the expressions of the people from the God Slayer Alliance to change drastically. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling was still removing the godly armor. Is he crazy? The experts from the various academies were tongue-tied. Lin Ling's actions were too abnormal. No, do you remember the battle at the Phoenix Emperor's Spring? At that time, Lin Ling was also removing the armor when he fought against Longyang. I remember now. Could it be? It's not, could it be? It should be because the godly armor doesn't seem to be used for defense for Lin Ling. It's used for suppression. Everyone was suddenly frightened. Could it be that Lin Ling was still suppressing his power? Boom. Just as they reacted, the huge demonic staff smashed down viciously. The entire stairway to divinity shook. However, this time, Lin Ling didn't need to dodge anymore. He raised his hand high up, and the power of his physical body circulated wildly. He actually managed to grab hold of the magic staff in midair. Lin Ling's feet also sank in an instant. The steps beneath his feet also cracked, and the cracks continued to spread until they reached the first step. However, at this moment, Lin Ling was like an undefeatable god of war. His head held up the sky, and his feet firmly planted on the ground. This was because he had removed the Dragon God armor. The Dragon God armor had the power to enhance the Dragon God's innate talent and physical strength, so Lin Ling had always been wearing it unless absolutely necessary. Now was the time to act. Boom! The aura of the Dragon God soared into the sky from Lin Ling's body. The heavenly dragon bone and the extreme nether wind dragon transformed into the Dragon God, lingering in the sky. These two great talents had already improved crazily, breaking through one after another. Moreover, both of them had advanced by 2 grades. One reached rank 6, and the other reached rank 8. After fusing these talents together, Lin Ling's talent fusion power naturally increased greatly. Of course, this was not the scariest part. The scariest part was Lin Ling's physical strength. Currently, it had increased by 10,000 realms of strength. This was the result of 10 years of wearing the armor. His physical strength had reached 50,000 realms of strength. After fusing with the talents, in addition to the enhancement of other talents, it had reached 60,000 realms of strength. As for his speed, it was the same. After fusing with the talents, it had reached 6,000 realms of speed. With such speed and strength combined with the 6 stanchions, it was a terrifying combination. What? Looking at the man in front of him holding the magic staff in one hand, the old man's eyes trembled. Lin Ling slowly raised his eyes and said indifferently, "Who said that armor is used for defense?" Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic staff in his hand continued to vibrate, and it showed signs of collapsing. "You've lost and you're already dead." Then Lin Ling said again, "Dream on." The old man finally realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. At this moment, he only wanted to leave this place immediately. This was because he had also sensed Lin Ling's killing intent. However, just as he was about to move, suddenly, a terrifying force attacked him. It covered his body and sealed all of his strength. "You still have some tricks up your sleeve?" The Chaotic City Master's face changed again. He thought that Lin Ling had taken off the divine armor, which was his final trump card. However, he did not expect that Lin Ling still had a trump card. Moreover, it was a trump card that he had never seen before. This was because he could sense that this was not a talent, nor was it a divine power. It was very strange. He did not know that this was the cardinal great Brahma punishment art, the steps of God. After 10 years of the Bodhi testimony divine art's influence, Lin Ling's soul power had increased by 3,000 steps. As his soul power increased, the prestige brought by the steps of wisdom was also incomparable. Not only did it seal 50% of the Chaotic City Master's origin, but it also sealed 30% of his divine fetus's talent. One should know that he only had the divine fetus body. If he was an ordinary martial god, his talent would have been sealed. Die! Die! Without saying anything, Lin Ling suddenly stretched out his other dragon claw. With a swoosh, it pierced through the Chaotic City Master's chest. The Chaotic City Master lowered his head to look at his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. However, Lin Ling waved his dragon claw again and threw him down the steps. Next, Lin Ling continued to move forward. Cough, cough, cough. Cough. On the ground, the chaotic city master lay there with a pale face. He realized that Lin Ling's claw had destroyed everything in his body. He stared at the figure in the sky and finally died with his eyes wide open. On the steps of God, Lin Ling slowly walked up to the 9 heavens and finally disappeared among the 5-colored clouds. On the ground and in the sky, countless people were silent. The previous battle had happened too quickly. Even now, when they thought about it, they still felt that it was a dream. Lin Ling had hidden a trump card. Moreover, he had been resisting and defending. However, when he finally attacked, he only needed 2 moves to kill the chaotic city master. This also meant that Lin Ling, the newcomer king, had grown to become a city master after 10 years. One should know that the final world had 36 main cities and 72 secondary cities. Those who could become city masters of main cities were all outstanding martial gods. They could also be called the 36 kings below the gods. There was no doubt that countless people looked up to such experts. Being able to defeat them also meant that Lin Ling had become an existence that could not be underestimated in the final world. On the ground, the newcomer King Wang Hao and Shan Wu, who had been defeated by Lin Ling, had complicated expressions. This was because they did not expect that Lin Ling had not used his full strength in the previous battle with Lin Ling. How can he be so powerful? The new heavenly court and the Duan family also began to discuss spiritedly. Their expressions were solemn. This was because they did not expect that so many experts would not be able to kill Lin Ling in the end. Instead, they had personally witnessed Lin Ling's sea god. To them, this feeling was no different from the hatred of killing their father. This was because they were also familiar with Lin Ling's character. This person would definitely take revenge. Now that he had risen so strongly, their end was not far away. He actually hid a power that even I don't know about. In the distant sky, Luli Empress's eyes flashed. Previously, when she saw that the chaotic city master had suddenly lost his resistance and was killed by Lin Ling, she guessed that Lin Ling still had a divine ability that she did not know about. Chapter 4054. He had reached the finish line. Moreover, that kind of method was very powerful, beyond her understanding. Li Xiaoyao. She muttered to herself. She didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to have improved so much after 10 years. For others, 10 years might only allow them to improve a single method, or even make no progress. However, in Lin Ling's 10 years, he had not only improved a single method. This kind of martial artist was the most difficult to deal with. God, this is your last chance. Then, a ferocious glint appeared in her eyes. She knew that if she wanted to kill Lin Ling, this was Lin Ling's last chance before the apotheosis realm. At this moment, Lin Ling finally stepped into the clouds. What surprised him was that there was a mountain above the clouds. This mountain was full of vitality with all kinds of auspicious beasts walking around. There were dragons, cheilants, and phoenixes. Moreover, Lin Ling could see that these divine beasts were all pure-blooded divine beasts. One of the divine dragons even looked at Lin Ling. It seemed to have sensed Lin Ling's dragon god bloodline, so it nodded at Lin Ling, making Lin Ling smile back. Is Lei Gong here? Then, Lin Ling looked into the distance and strode forward. But trial challenger Lin Ling. Under the ancient green mountain, a middle-aged man in a long robe was already waiting there. He looked at Lin Ling and smiled. That's me. Lin Ling cupped his hands in greeting. He could sense that the other party's strength was unfathomable. He was probably also a trial challenger, and his level was definitely higher than his. Congratulations on becoming the heavenly voice of God, advancing from a 4-star trial taker to a 5-star. The middle-aged man also cupped his hands and said, My name is Zhong Shan, and I'm also a trial taker. I'm currently a 6-star trial taker and have been a trial taker for 8,900 years. You are the trial taker with the fastest advancement after Lord Lei Gong. Thank you, Lin Ling said politely, but he was also a little excited. A 5-star trial taker was also known as the heavenly voice of God. He had seen the privilege of the heavenly voice of God in the Kaiyuan River. At that time, when Sister Tsuhua came to pick him up, she only needed to show a token, and even the top 10 martial gods of the 9 regions would not dare to act rashly. By the way, where's the Chaos City Lord? He is second only to you, and has the highest chance of becoming a trial taker. The middle-aged man named Zhongshan smiled and suddenly said. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, but did not hide anything. Furthermore, he also felt that it was a little strange, because he had killed the Chaotic City Lord, and this cultivator called Zhongshan should have seen it as well. This is a little troublesome. Hearing this, Zhongshan suddenly frowned and said regretfully, the Chaotic City Lord was valued by Lei Gong, but now he has fallen. What a pity! However, you have violated the rules of Lei Gong by killing the Chaotic City Lord. After all, the gods are merciful and don't want to kill too much. Therefore, no killing is allowed in the final world. The Chaotic City Lord is one of Lei Gong's people. If you kill his people, if Lei Gong is angry, I'm afraid he will blame you. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance, but what's done is done. Regretting it now won't change anything. Lin Ling said with a smile. Previously, the Chaotic City Lord wanted to kill Lin Ling, and this was clearly noticed by him. Although Lin Ling did not know why the Chaotic City Lord wanted to kill him, Lin Ling would not show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. I hope that Lei Gong will show mercy. Zhongshan sighed. Next, he led Lin Ling into the ancient mountain. Along the way, birds chirped and flowers bloomed. The surrounding plants and animals were of great origin. They were the descendants of the gods. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It was said that during the era of gods, countless gods fell, and the ruins of the gods collapsed. There were only 4 gods left, and these 4 gods preserved all the things left behind during the era of gods. Presumably, these were the things that he saw now. Gradually, an ancient palace appeared in front of him. The palace was not luxurious, but it was a little dilapidated. However, from the totems and statues of the palace, it seemed to be left behind during the era of gods. However, after the War of the Gods, the palace looked dilapidated, as if it was a dying god. In front of the palace, there were more than 10 people standing there. They seemed to be extremely young, and they were talking and laughing. Lin Ling is coming. Although this Lin Ling has become the heavenly voice of God, he broke many rules before he became the heavenly voice of God. A man said faintly. Judging from his clothes, he was a little different from the others. He did not seem to be one of Lei Gong's men. The 2 people behind him were the same. They were wearing the same standard long robes. Their long robes were neat, and they gave off a heroic aura. He has broken the rules, but Lei Gong is currently comprehending the heaven and earth. Therefore, it's not appropriate for us to make a decision. Seeing the other party speak with a smile, a seemingly honest man smiled and said, "This is a little difficult. You may not know this, but we are here on Yoshin's orders. After all, Lin Ling killed one of Yoshin's men, so Yushin wants Lin Ling to meet him. Sigh, but now the Thunder God is comprehending heaven and earth. If the Thunder God doesn't say anything, it will be difficult for us. After all, both sides are gods, and we can't afford to offend them." Hearing this, the man said with difficulty, "Lin Ling killed one of your men?" Upon hearing his words, one of the tall women asked with knitted brows. "That's right. As you all know, killing is not allowed in the final world. As trial takers by the side of a god, we have to set an example. It's one thing for Lin Ling to kill an ordinary person, but the person he killed was a member of Yoshin's faction. Yushin has already named him." The man nodded and said slowly, "Moreover, although Lin Ling has become the heavenly voice of God, he can't kill indiscriminately. He killed the castellans of the 36 main cities, and he also killed martial god Wuxian. Among them, the castellans of the 36 main cities are not a big deal, but martial god Wuxian is not a small matter." The people beside the woman were shocked. Obviously, this was the first time they heard this news. "Sister Zhen, what do you think?" Then, many people looked at the woman. She was about 30 years old and looked very ordinary. Her temperament was also very ordinary. However, they all knew that Sister Zhen's background was not small. She was an 8-star trial taker. Sister Zhen looked back at the palace, then at the man in front of her and said, "Yin won't harm Lin Ling, right?" After all, Lin Ling is now the heavenly voice of God. Without Lei Gong's permission, we don't dare to offend him. Don't worry, Eugene is just asking casually.